6:02 in the Rose City. Time for Dirt and Sprague on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan and the Fan Sports Network. Hello, good morning. Happy Monday, everybody.
What is happening?
How'd you do this weekend in the, I would dare to say,
Ooh, what do you got?
slowest weekend of the entire year?
From a sports standpoint?
Not remotely close.
Yeah, it's hard to disagree with that. I shouldn't say the only. The wife wanted to watch a little bit of the WNBA All-Star Game on Saturday.
Okay.
So we saw a little bit of
dabbled.
that. Dabbled a little bit. I saw dunk. That's always fun in the WNBA. Like the fifth, I think, one ever we've seen in the All-Star Game. I watched maybe 36 minutes of golf in total.
I don't know what's wrong with you, but okay.
From the 2 days. 21-year-old one. I wanted to see the last hole yesterday.
25 under, but yeah, the course was tough.
It was brutal. So tough conditions out there. It's like me playing a putt-putt course.
Okay.
And I think that's it. I think that's all of the sports that I consume.
You had baseball.
There was baseball.
You had Timbers.
There was Timbers.
Yeah.
I did not know the Timbers were playing. I did see the highlights because the Moore Cat played his last game. That was a big deal.
How did you not know? The home of the Timbers.
I did not know.
Schedule. Swag sends that schedule out every day.
I had a kid-free weekend. All right, we were milking it up.
Did you see the Odyssey?
I did not see the Odyssey. We did not. The Odyssey did not take place. There was a lot of vegetation time on the couch. We watched a lot of Gilmore Girls. That was delightful. I've never seen the Gilmore Girls before. It's a good little show. Good little show right there. I'll tell you, man. I got roped in. Wife watched a couple episodes, and I'm judging her like, what's this dumb show? And then I start yelling about one of the characters. I'm like, damn it, now I'm roped in. Now she's got me on the Gilmore Girls.
I don't know if I've heard a sadder sentence than I didn't see the Odyssey, got roped into the Gilmore Girls.
Good little show, dare I say. The love interest.
Put a poll question up. Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey or the Gilmore Girls?
What's the better watch on the weekend?
What's the better watch for the weekend?
I tell you, man, it was delightful, dude. Nice little, we slept in, no kid this weekend.
Did it come close? You're making it sound like it didn't come close.
No, it didn't even. It did not come close.
She has no interest.
She had no interest. We didn't wake up till like 9:30 on Saturday, so then everything's delayed. We didn't end up eating dinner till like 8 o'clock at night. So everything was a little off. She wanted to bake. I let her bake. But, grab the sticks, play some college football. It turned into a full vegetation weekend.
Good God, it's a lazy weekend.
We are not moving off of the couch,
Wow.
man. The feeling of not having a kid for a weekend is very weird. Of like, oh, this was what life was like without something to do every waking second of the day, and you eagerly await it, and then they're gone, and you're like, damn it, I miss him now. It's a very weird conundrum to be in.
I can't speak for everybody out there with kids.
Yeah.
And I commend a lot of people that don't have what I'm about to say.
Sure.
And I don't mean it as like you're not a good parent thing. I genuinely am jealous.
Right.
The wife and I will plan 1 or 2 weekends a year.
Yes, very rare.
And it's like usually staycations, right?
Yes, you just want to get stuff done around the house. Or you want to relax.
No, we just want to get away.
Yeah.
Like just have us time because we don't get that, right? We're going on vacation in a couple weeks. The kids are going with us. We go to this, we go to that. The kids go with us.
Doesn't happen very often.
By the time we get in the car to leave, I think we both have this
yeah, I kind of miss them.
Feel bad.
Yeah, you do.
You
know?
Absolutely. And
do.
But I know of couples. I know a couple. I don't know. I know of a couple that I heard goes to Hawaii.
Ooh.
Goes to Japan.
Whoa.
Does full board week and a half vacations. No kids.
How old are the kids?
Much younger.
Much younger.
10 and 7.
Bold move, Cotton.
And just
week long in Japan.
It's every year.
That's a bold move.
And I hear that and I go, man.
There's a balance there of on the one hand, I certainly understand the ease of traveling without little ones running around, carrying extra bags. Are they happy?
But 10 and 7 is a pretty fun age.
It's a little bit, and that's now you're to the age too where kids are enjoying the experiences, and it becomes a little bit easier to travel. And that's part of making your kids cultured, is getting them to see different parts of the country and different parts of the world. So on the one hand, I'm very impressed. On the other hand, I wonder, don't you want your kids to see that too? If I went to Hawaii for a week, it's obviously a little bit different with a 2-year-old than a 7-year-old or a 10-year-old. The idea of going to Hawaii for a week would seem nice in my head, but by the time we got there, I'd feel guilty the entire time. Of I'm sitting here laying on a sandy beach, flopping around in a pool, drinking another cocktail, and the kids with grandma and grandpa. They're missing out on that. Hawaii's great.
There's an element for me, I genuinely, I know people that do stuff like that, and I'm like, I always think in the back of my head, because I never want to admit it, I'm like, God, I could never do it.
I couldn't do it.
I couldn't do it?
I could not do it. I don't think so. I could do like a weekend golf trip. That kind of thing I could do. Like, hey, I'll be back on Sunday, leaving on Thursday night or Friday morning.
Yeah.
That's more manageable. But any sort of like family vacation, it is. I was looking forward to it all week of like, yes, I get to sleep in, not have to worry about this. We're running around constantly, like having a 48-hour period where you kind of turn the dial back and you slow down the speed a little bit seemed great. And then we're like FaceTiming on Friday night, and he's like, Mama, Dada at home? And I'm like, yeah, we're at home. Just hanging out. Yeah.
All right, see you later, dude.
Ruse is up. Sorry, man. Yeah.
I'm not crying.
We'll come get you on Sunday, I promise. All right, first thing Sunday morning, we'll be there.
Yeah. Man. Well, you slept in, though, didn't you?
We did. We caught up on sleep.
What time did you wake up? What's your sleeping? Because I slept in Sunday, and I didn't know what time I would wake up, but I just said no alarm.
No alarm. Get up when you get up.
Yep.
I woke up at about 6:30 both days, natural body clock, and forced myself to go back to sleep. I think I got out of bed around 9 on Saturday and about 8:30 yesterday.
That's pretty good.
And it felt good.
That's pretty good.
It felt about an hour and a half extra. It took a while to fall back asleep, but I'm like, no, dude, I'm not waking up at 6:30 without a kid with nothing to do. We're going back to bed.
We did Christmas in July, Saturday. Oh, no, what would have been? Yeah, Saturday
night.
Yeah, it was Saturday.
Saturday night.
We did it at the Hops Ballpark. They had Christmas in July.
Christmas
Day.
in July is an official day.
We somehow morphed from let's do Home Alone 2 because Pigeon Lady just died.
R.I.P.
R.I.P.
I saw that.
And it morphed into Home Alone 1.
Oh, okay.
And then Catherine O'Hara popped up. Well, she also died too. So, like, we're still paying our respects.
We're paying homage to just somebody different who died in the last year.
Both the parents of Home Alone, by the way, dead. And very odd for me as a child.
Yes.
To see that now as an adult. But we did that Saturday night, and up till about 11:30, I think, is when it ended, which it was delightful out on my deck. We have this fold-out bed.
Yeah.
And now we have a screen up with a projector so we can watch movies on our deck.
Sure. Lay outside on a nice summer night.
I missed the entire end of the movie, woke up, the credits were rolling, and I was like, okay, let's go to bed. And I didn't wake up till 10:30 yesterday. So from like 11:45 till 10:30, that was the sleep.
That's that's what you call recharging the batteries.
I
right
needed
there.
it bad.
Those don't happen very often. When you do, oh my God, did they feel delightful? I feel like we're burying the lead though.
Yeah, the poll question's up. When you have a kid-free weekend, what is the better thing to watch?
Yeah.
The Odyssey in theater or Gilmore Girls at home? Right now, the Odyssey is winning.
All the love interest of Lorelai, it roped me in.
Don't Lorelai and her mom share partners? Isn't that a part of the Gilmore Girls?
Hey, spoiler alerts here. Come on, man.
I actually don't know. I'm asking.
I don't know. We're only on season 1. Give me time here. She's been watching it, and I'm like, why are you rewatching the Gilmore Girls only to find out she's never seen it either? And she just decided to start watching it.
My daughter turned it on a couple months ago, and I was like, are you watching Gilmore Girls?
The Gilmore Girls?
I never got into the Gilmore Girls.
Neither did I until now. It's a great show. You should give it a shot.
It's a CW show, isn't it?
I don't probably.
I think it's a CW production.
I don't know how long it's been off the air. It seems like it was filmed in the era of the West Wing.
It was the early 2000s.
That's the vibes that I'm getting. Like, this was a long time ago.
They did a revival. They brought it back.
They brought a new Gilmore Girls back?
No, they brought the characters back, I think. I think they did 2 seasons or something.
Wow, I had no clue. This is all new information to me.
Is that like the Brady Bunch goes to Hawaii and they bring them back 3 years after?
Brady Bunch Christmas episode. It was right before Greg, not Greg, what's the dad's name?
Mike Brady.
I think
Brady.
They filmed that episode, that TV special, like 2 or 3 years before Mike actually died.
R.I.P.
Yeah, R.I.P.
Glad they did it. Yeah, it ran from 2000 to 2007. I was not into the Gilmore Girls when I was in high school.
I certainly was not either.
But now as an older man who's more cultured, I'll tell you, delightful little TV show.
Some people agree with staying at home, but like overall, it's a pretty funny question to be asking out loud.
Oh, I mean, it's ridiculous. The Odyssey is still high on my list to go watch. 3 hours was. She didn't want to go see it, and I'm
tough.
like,
the 3 hour.
Now
thing
I'm gone
is
the
tough.
entire day because I'm gonna. It's just that eats up the whole afternoon.
1 more hour, I could just get a golf round.
Exactly.
I got to weigh. What do I rather do with my time?
Right. If I'm trying to excuse a golf round, that's 4 hours, 4.5 hours, something like that. The movie's 3 hours. I'm not going to leave you for 3 hours on our anniversary if you don't want to go see it.
Are we trying to break 90 or are we seeing a good movie? I don't know what to do here.
It's all in IMAX. We're still burying the lead, though.
What?
Where's my fish?
It's in the freezer.
Hey, that's what we're talking. How many
I froze
did we
it for
catch?
you guys. I didn't know if we should do it in the refrigerator and keep it that way or just freeze
Should we
it
do
and be safe.
do the Seattle thing? Can you throw it to me in a newspaper in the last segment of the show? Do we got any newspapers laying around? Huh? Toss those things around.
What's a newspaper?
Isn't that what they catch them in when they're doing it? The Seattle.
Yeah, I don't know what they use now. Maybe
they use
it might
newspapers.
just be just like
I think they still do
paper.
newspaper up
I thought
there.
it was still newspaper,
Yeah.
but maybe I'm wrong. The only time I ever see it is on like Monday Night Football or Thursday Night Football. They always show the one rejoiner or the
But it's
broadcaster
usually
there.
unwrapped.
Like there's
because they
Rob.
want you to see the fish.
Yeah, Rob Gronkowski's catching a fish because
Yeah.
Fox is there. You're like, oh, look at that. They're still throwing the fish down there.
Yeah,
huh?
you and Swigard's pieces, pretty good sized fillets I got you guys.
Okay. How many did we catch?
5 total.
5 total.
5
Was the
coho
average
salmon.
weight big size weight? The fish
So-
pictures look pretty big.
My cousin probably caught the biggest one of the day. His was, I would guess, a 17-pounder.
That's pretty good size.
That's a good size fish.
Good
I
size
was
fish.
the first one to catch one for the day.
So you got that first one. So the picture we got was
that
the
was
first.
my very first one.
Nice.
Yeah. We took a couple photos. I didn't want to flood the zone with you guys with a bunch of photos of me and like waiters. Like, no thanks.
I tweeted it out. The listeners quite enjoyed it.
Oh, did you really?
I did, dude. Yeah.
Why'd you tag me?
People were curious.
Douchebag.
I sent it out there.
But yeah, so went out with my cousin's dad. He's had a house in Pacific City for 20 years. And he goes all the time. He doesn't have a dory boat. It's an aluminum boat that I think if you saw it, you wouldn't guess right away goes out to the ocean regularly. But he's been doing it for years. He knows exactly what he's doing. So got there Friday night, woke up super early, left, jettied out. We were one of the first people to go out. And water was a little choppy going out. I had a buddy that got super seasick on a fishing excursion a couple weeks back, and he was telling me, he's like, I'd never been sick on a boat before. Never
Did you take a Dramamine or something?
I did not,
before?
but that was in the back of my mind,
Yeah.
and all I had heard was don't look down. So when you're going to the ocean, look at the horizon or look slightly up. And so thankfully, when we were going out, my seat was facing back
Oh, you
from where
saw
we
the
were
shore.
going out. So all I saw was shore. I saw the
There you go.
rock. I
That
saw
makes it a little bit
Kiwanda.
easier,
Yeah.
I feel like. Yeah.
So I just kept focusing on that, but it was fine. We were going out, and he's like, we're going a couple miles out. We got to go a certain depth. So we get out there. Everything's cool. Swells are supposed to be 3 to 5 feet, so it's just the rolling water, 3 to 5 feet. Ended up being like 7.
a little bit bigger.
When you're a little boat,
a
you're
little
kinda
bit
like, But
It's okay.
cast out, and I would say within 15, 20 minutes, I was at about a 36-foot depth with my line, and me and his dad both had
We got something
when
here.
they go, dude, the lines, because they're on holders. It's,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You hear it real quick, you got to
Grab
lift
it.
up.
So does
and-
somebody yell fish on? And
No, because you can't not hear it. The
Yeah.
boat was so small that
You're
you're
just right
all
there.
real close to each
well,
other.
usually when there's a fish on, everybody else takes their lines out of the water.
So when that happened, my cousin reeled in, and then his bite got off super quick. I saw the fish jump, and then it was gone.
Bastard.
Mine was because I have to wait for it to fight a little bit. So I was reeling, waiting, and then I'm like, okay, it's on. So when we reeled in, finally got it in.
how long did that take? Half hour?
Ooh.
No, it took 5 minutes or
Oh,
less.
Okay.
Okay.
That's a pretty quick reel in.
I'm going to give you a take, and I don't know if listeners will disagree with this who fish regularly. I was expecting a harder fight,
Yeah.
and it was
Well, I think that's more what they call the sport fishing, like the big,
Like the marlins?
marlins
I mean,
and
still, how much was the
swordfish.
first one you caught?
15.
15
Yeah,
pounds? That's
that's a
pretty.
good
I mean,
fish.
that's
it's a good-sized fish.
You're not catching a little guppy here, you know?
Well, but I've caught a lot of trout from lakes, and they're max 8 or 9 inch long ones.
Yeah,
usually.
they're like 2 pounds.
I have felt harder fight with that than I felt like it was with the salmon.
Yeah.
I didn't feel like it was really that difficult to get it close to the boat. Somebody nets it up for you because you
Sure.
don't want to risk it just hanging by the hook and
Yeah.
getting
right.
off.
Snapping off.
But the first one of the day was caught by me. Is 15 pounds. We had to make sure it was a keeper because they have
Right.
keepers, non-keepers.
Right.
It was a keeper. We probably caught in total. We caught 5 total. The most you can get with 3 is 6 because you can only get 2 per person.
So you almost hit the full quota.
There you go.
almost got the full
Almost
quota.
limited out.
But we had 4 that were not keepers. So we had
Too
4
big or
released.
too small?
No. So it's not a small size thing. It's a clip, no clip fin.
Oh,
So you have
okay.
to look for a fin. If there's, I forget which way it goes, but if there's a fin, you can keep. If there's no fin,
Got
catch
it.
and
Got to
release.
toss it back into the water.
So we released 4. We caught 5 for the day. We
Okay.
didn't do any other fishing because the second one I caught was kind of at the back end. I was 2.5 hours out. I was fine. We caught the second one. My cousin reeled his line in as I'm reeling in. His line sitting at the surface. One just came out of nowhere, struck his line. He's like, whoa! He'd never seen that before. So then he has to reel in. So his dad goes from helping me to, hey, you need to take care of this yourself.
Yeah.
Fish is on the boat. He pivots over. I have to grab the club to, thank it for its services.
Thank you.
And as I lean over, smack it in the head, I stand back up, and I was done. I don't know what that is. But it's not like a blood is rushing to your head feeling.
No,
it's
it's an equilibrium thing.
Dude, it was weird. I'd never felt like that. My arms got like borderline sleep tingly.
Interesting.
My legs felt weird.
Yeah.
I didn't think I was going to throw up because I didn't eat that day or that morning, but I didn't feel great. And so at this point, his dad is observing my facial reaction, and I'm like...
I'm just sitting here.
I'm keeping my eye... I'm starting to fall asleep now.
Yeah.
It's a very weird feeling I'm describing.
And he's like,
He
time
goes,
to head for shore.
Brandon, are you done? And I was like, yeah, just keep going. It's okay.
We're all right. Just let me sit here for a minute.
Give me a
Fighting
minute.
it right now.
Yeah. Just give me a minute.
I didn't want to end the trip for everybody, so I
right.
looked off into the horizon. I'm bad, but I'm like, dude, suddenly I started getting tired, and my limbs felt weird, and I'm like, I've ended this fishing excursion. I was supposed to catch a bass with my steelhead pole that I brought because he knew where they were, and we didn't get to fish for anything else. He put a line out a couple more times, and by the time we went back, now it's starting to get a little windy. The waves are getting pretty big. These swells are 10 feet now on this boat, right? So just picture this. You're going towards the land, the shore where Cape Quand is, right? I described it as this. The scene in Batman with Christian Bale, the very first one, when Katie Holmes' character, she gets like poison in her system, and he's racing to the bat cave, and he turns over. He's like, screaming her name.
Stay away!
That was me on the boat, except I was Katie Holmes, and they were all Batman.
Brandon, stay with us!
I was like falling asleep, like half open.
Don't keel over the side.
The waves are crashing. There's huge waves. We're rocking. We get to the land, and I kind of like come to, and his dad and him were both like, dude, that was kind of dicey coming in. And I was like, I had no idea.
I was totally out of it.
We could have died, and I would have just known that was normal at that point.
I'll take your word for it that we made it okay. I'm glad we're back on land. That's all that matters.
We're okay. We had 5 total. I got out, helped
Everybody's
get rid of the
alive.
boat, and, we took it off and cleaned the fish and hung out, and I drove back that day. I ended up being all right.
Now, let me ask this. Take the boat out into the ocean. Did we go approximately 500 yards out? And if you did, could Swigard have swam to your boat?
Trying to think about this.
That's what the people want to know. That's
So
what they're
give me a
demanding.
second here.
They're demanding answers on this. Did you feel like you made it 500 yards out?
First of all, could Swigard have swam where we got to?
No, not
a
there.
living chance in hell.
No.
The odds for
not
Swag.
10-foot swells. No.
The odds for Swag to have swam out to where we were as a boat.
Getting through the waves, you just dive underneath them. That's all you got to do. It's
It's
easy.
opened at DraftKings Dirt, and
Yeah, what
it's
are the
at
odds?
plus 190,000.
Wow, that long of odds.
He's
huh?
dead.
I mean, I'll put $1 on you. If you get odds like that, you got to take them. I
He's
think
dead.
I'd put $1 on it.
He's died. He's at the bottom of the ocean.
Frolicking in the waves.
I think they said the depth of the ocean where we were. God, I don't want to get this wrong, but I'm just giving you the best number. I think it was 150 feet.
that short, and that I mean that's not
That's
even
how
that.
deep it was.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
I couldn't believe how vast it was.
10-foot swells. No, I'm not swimming in that.
We're just asking.
So
We're
you know
asking
that
questions.
gal we did for either the Magic Hat or I can't remember what we talked about, but you remember the gal that rode out from the mainland of Hawaii?
Yes.
Yeah.
And she broke the record?
Yes.
I can't comprehend.
How do you do that?
Yeah.
I couldn't do it.
Through
Out
the
the
waves,
open
through the
Pacific?
break.
You just
Yeah.
look out and you're just like, you just feel like it never ends.
It doesn't.
When we were going back, I was like, are we moving? And they're like, yeah. And I was
Yeah.
like, what? How fast we go? They're like, we're going 15 miles an hour. And I was like,
Doesn't feel like it.
I don't think we've moved.
Nothing's
Shore's
getting
not getting
closer.
any closer.
It's crazy.
The sand is still a long ways away,
How
man.
did she do that in 47 days or whatever
It's
it was?
insane. That's absolutely insane.
I also could never be out there. I'd go crazy.
Yeah, just out on your own, quiet, nothing to see,
It was a great experience.
endless water for miles on end.
Very grateful. I got to shout him out because he was delightful. Grant Radke is the OG that knows how to do all of this stuff, puts it all together. That's my cousin's dad. Great dude. Great host. He cleaned the fish. He cut the fillets for me, brought back a bunch of fish for people, and it was a great experience. I don't know if I'm ever going back on the ocean.
That was
I think I
that was
did
the
my
one
experience.
time you got it out of the way.
I mean, I
Bucket
say that
list.
now, but
Cross it off the list.
yeah,
don't
I
wanna
wanted
do
to
it
catch a salmon.
Yeah.
I accomplished my life goal.
Yeah.
I caught 2.
Yeah, but if you go to Hawaii again and have a chance to go on like one of those charters I took Pax on for his graduation thing, chance to go out there in the Pacific and
Yeah, maybe it's boat size.
Yeah.
Maybe it was swells because, like, when we
the
got
bigger
back,
the boat, I feel like the easier and the less stressful, I'd imagine,
I
right?
don't know. I don't know.
You get ground swells up
It's
there.
very interesting. Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
how to explain what I'm talking about with this
I
experience.
know what you're
but
talking about.
The swells and moving, and then like the equilibrium. It's a real thing.
No, yeah, when I got back from the cruise, it was still like 2 or 3 days. Like I would
You're bobbling back and forth.
It was usually when I woke up or I'd been lying down for a length of time, and when I first woke up, I was like, all right. Kinda
Yeah, it's a
rocking
weird feel.
Rocking back and forth here. Let me take
It
a
took
second.
me a minute to
Yeah.
get my
Yeah,
legs.
I
under me.
wasn't.
Am I on land
I
right
wasn't
now?
dizzy. It wasn't like the room was spinning or anything like
I know
that.
it's exactly how I felt.
It's an equilibrium thing, and
Yeah.
you're just like,
It was odd. It was a good experience.
just let me
Yeah.
stand here for a minute
Yeah.
and get my bearings.
Yep, that's how
All
it
right.
was. We got back to land. I jumped out of the boat.
It's
I
okay.
probably looked drunk. I was like, "What's going on
How many
here?"
beers did this guy have, dude? give him a buoy. This guy, was he driving the boat? How many beers were in that cooler, man?
But it was great, man. You guys' salmon is in the freezer. So
Well,
Excited
thank
to eat
you.
it. I'm going to throw a little lemon
Did
and butter
you-
on there.
Now, did you sample some that you cooked for family and friends?
Like I say, I hate seafood. I don't like any of it. Anytime I catch something, I will have a bite just because I respect that fish.
Now, have we
So-
eaten it yet, or are we waiting?
No.
The one
we-
that you caught, you haven't eaten yet?
family dove all the way head
Okay.
in. That
So
when I
you
came
had a
back
bite.
Saturday.
Okay.
It was dinner.
All right, there you
Did
go.
it taste different because you caught it and it was right out of the ocean?
I tasted actually worse than the last time I had it. I
I'm
was
sorry.
Like, I think salmon's gotten worse for my taste buds, not better. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, we'll blame that on the
It's
environment.
terrible. I'm glad you guys like this because I would never.
Going in the wrong direction here, Salmon.
I'm out on
Figure it out, Salmon.
It was a good experience, though.
Yeah.
Good
Congrats
weekend.
on the fish. The picture was solid. The listeners enjoyed it.
I'm glad you tweeted it out. We got a loaded show today. There's a lot to discuss. Let's get it going. Dirt and Sprague, 105.1, The Fan.
First on the Fan, all 32 NFL training camps will be up and running by the end of the day. The biggest absence, not a player. A head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, it was revealed over the weekend, suffered a concussion in a car accident last week. He will be limited for the start of camp in terms of his appearances and how much he will be in the building running practice. After LeBron James announced he joined the 76ers to start the weekend, it was reported that Kentavious Caldwell-Pope's agreed to a buyout of his contract with the Memphis Grizzlies and is expected to sign a one-year deal to join Philadelphia. Portland Timbers got a fond farewell from Felipe Mora. He scored his final 2 goals with the franchise Saturday night to give the Timbers a 2-1 result over Real Salt Lake in his final game with the franchise. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan.
Welcome back into Dirt and Sprague. Not Prime. What just happened?
What do you mean? Did we play the wrong liner there?
Did you not just hear that?
I was not. I was listening to the music we weren't supposed to be playing.
Well, the guy said during the music, welcome back in Primetime with Isaac and Sook.
What it do?
Ahoy.
Ahoy.
I got to make sure stuff's
Is it
in
3
the right
o'clock? Did I
spot.
sleep in that long?
Do we still have more Primetime liners that are going to play?
Is there prime
No.
time to
show?
come? That's,
No.
that's a big announcement today.
Stuff get in the wrong spot. I got to
Changed the calendars today. Good morning, everybody.
It's okay.
I'm Sakanic.
Sometimes the producers of Primetime, as they've evolved over the years, have just kept streams going for like 11 hours straight.
That has happened, yeah.
Been like, what happened?
It's a 12-hour YouTube show, man.
This is the Special Olympics episode? What are we doing?
We're doing a radiothon. We're just not going to stop. Keep going all day long.
I want to get to a college football artificial intelligence story.
Ooh.
We'll get to that coming up. We got Cafe Day, Dirt and Sprague. A lot of football in the notes. But before we get to that, I want to stick in college football and ask if you saw the report this morning that Michael Lombardi, the general manager of North Carolina football,
I did see this.
has been put on paid administrative leave.
Yes.
I can't, maybe I'm not following a Pete Nakos or something, but like I didn't see any story. I thought, I go fishing early Saturday morning.
Yeah.
I was done by 10 a.m., which was
That's a weird feeling. You're up early. You get all that done.
creme de la creme
Yeah.
is catching 5 salmon being done by 10 a.m.
Yeah, you're rolling in by the time half the people just woke up.
I got home by 2:30 p.m.
That's perfect.
I checked. I didn't see anything. Yesterday I followed
Nothing
everything.
in the news. Nothing in the news until this morning. We still don't know
So this
exactly
is just a
what it is.
bombshell report that longtime Bill Belichick guy, Michael Lombardi, has been paid on administrative leave.
And guess who made the decision to put him on paid administrative leave? It was not Bill Belichick. In a shocking development, it was school administrators and the athletic department.
See if Pete Nakos has anything yet.
I have looked and I have not seen anything in terms of an allegation of what he did. The only thing Nakos had
yeah, you're right. All
was
he
the
has
report.
is the administrative leave was the universities.
Yeah, it was not the call of Bill Belichick. And I can't imagine that if the administration is deciding to put you on leave like this, that it's going to end well for you. And a fun reminder that in about, a month and 2 days, they play the first college football game of the year. North Carolina's up right out of the gate on the week 0. They're playing the Dublin game at 9 o'clock in the morning. That's how we're getting the year started. They're taking on TCU. So they're going to be front and center in our college football and sports world here in a little over a month, now without their general manager, who basically bragged when he took that job about how easy it was going to be because they were going to be the 33rd NFL team. And now we're all counting down the minutes until everybody associated with that gets fired.
Yeah, so I've searched it just to see if any local people have heard anything yet. It's been about 45 minutes. What I would say on that note, though, by the way, is like that isn't really to me the story because they can win or lose without Michael Lombardi's not going to change anything for them. He's not the Belichick of it all, right? But
Belichick can't change anything for me
well,
either.
This is the interesting thing is like we noted that in year 1 with Prime at Colorado, how popular it was, right? They televised his games. They were back-to-back game day and what's the
Big noon kickoff.
Big noon kickoff, like back-to-back weeks, and celebrities are showing up.
They, at least to their credit, started 4-0 until
Yeah.
Oregon did what they did to
And then
them.
they went 4-8, and
Yeah.
it kind of fizzled. And then the next year, there was still some interest. And then they had a good year that year. Show me the Rolly. And then those guys leave, and it's just an utter disaster, right? So you didn't really hear much about them last year.
No.
out the gate, Belichick was on TV first game, and they got steamrolled at home.
Yes, they did.
And he had the Jordan Hudson stuff going.
Yeah.
And I really felt like after that first game, everybody in the collective was like, don't really care about them.
Nope, this isn't going to be interesting in any way, shape, or form.
But they're really flying under the radar of like least talked about teams and storylines. What seems like, to your point, this seems like it's it. Because it doesn't cost a lot to buy him out.
No.
And it's not been good in any way. So, like, it's just another negative story. The way that Tom Dundon is associated with the Blazers every single day, as I look behind me, we have
0 days, yeah.
Yeah. The town hall wasn't the most amazing, but we have 0 days that we're tracking jokingly about Tom Dundon era Blazers stuff.
Yeah.
I would argue it's felt exactly the same way at Chapel Hill of like, hey, they hired Belichick. Whoa, okay, here we go.
Right.
He's dating a 20-year-old he met on an airplane.
This is fun.
She in no way knew who he was.
No.
Just happens to strike up a conversation with an 80-year-old who's loaded. What are the odds?
They've never seen each other before.
He's caught on a ring cam escaping somebody's apartment at 4 a.m., shirtless. He comes in here. He doesn't care about this. He doesn't. I think just from negative. And now here you are, Michael Lombardi being asked to leave until they wrap up some internal investigation to decide whether he needs to be paid out or he has broke his contract for whatever it is that he ended up doing.
Whatever the actual reasoning is, we still don't know, and I don't know how long it'll take to find that information out. That was one of the funniest moments. It gets lost in the shuffle because of when it happened in the year and how many other things ended up happening in the year. But let's briefly take ourselves back to that moment of, I can't remember if it was week 0 or week 1. I think it was week 1. And they were playing TCU in the opening weekend of the season, and it was like a primetime Saturday night game. Mm-hmm. And all the attention and the ESPN primetime kickoff. They scored a touchdown on their opening drive.
Yeah, they went up 7-0.
Gio Lopez, their young quarterback, went 7-0, like lit up TCU. You're like, oh my God, here comes Bell. Look at this machine. And they were outscored 48-7 the rest of the way. And the stadium was empty at halftime. It is one of the funnier moments of the entire year last year. To your point, we definitely all came to the conclusion, like, there is no need to pay attention to this. They're going to be terrible. Now, maybe they win week 0 in Ireland against TCU this year and it wakes everybody up. I don't know. The difference between him and Deion Sanders, at least, is that Deion Sanders has made Colorado cool, and he's made them a significant amount of money, and their enrollment is way up from what it was prior to him. And so they're in the weird conundrum of this has been financially beneficial. It's been great for getting the name Colorado out there. They've never been talked about more in their existence than what they have been over the last 3 years. There are tangible benefits to having Deion Sanders as your head coach.
They had a good year. I mean,
they've had one 9-win season, 10 wins. Like, they've had one good year in there. The other 2 years have been pretty bad. But at least you can excuse the losing with, we've always been irrelevant. We're probably going to lose no matter who our coach is. At least we're making money right now. That's not the argument for Bill Belichick. They were irrelevant after 2 quarters of football last year. I don't know if anybody watched North Carolina for the rest of the season.
You know that that meme with Steve Buscemi when he's holding the skateboard?
You kids. Hey, you kids.
Yeah.
What's hip, you kids?
He's trying to be the cool old guy who's obviously like really old at a high school. I don't know what it is, but I'm scrolling here looking up Michael Lombardi news. Seeing old white guys in the North Carolina Jordan branded apparel makes me think of...
Just doesn't fit.
Hey, what it is, you kids? What are you doing? Yeah, you know what I mean?
The Argyle and the baby blue, it just doesn't gel with an old, out-of-touch white guy.
With the Jordan logo on, it looks like a guy that just refuses to grow up sometimes. Just like photos of Michael Lombardi, I'm like... You look ridiculous.
You were talking one of the most iconic color combos in college sports, mainly because of who Michael Jordan is.
You can wear North Carolina gear is what I'm saying. That looks fine, but some of the stuff he's photographed in with his hair makes it look like somebody that's trying to be cool at a college party.
Is that a rug? Is that real hair from Lombardi? Every time I see him, I think to myself, that looks like a toupee.
I think it's just slightly thinner, long hair.
Okay, all right.
I don't think it's a toupee.
I think I'm leaning toupee.
That's a lot of toupee.
Seems like the guy's covering up for something.
Yeah, I don't know. What's a bigger story, though? Michael Lombardi being put on leave or Alabama's NIL content director being arrested for a human trafficking sting?
This is not even close. This is not
Alabama,
even close. It's
right?
Alabama by a mile, dude.
You didn't know who Robert Suttles was?
Nobody has ever heard of him outside of Alabama fans.
But he was arrested. He was one of 15 people arrested in a sting operation that involved sex trafficking.
Yes, and he ran the media side of their NIL package or their funding team. Like, what are we doing here?
Crazy, dude.
That is
what's wrong with people? Why can't they just be decent?
Very SEC story.
Idiots.
Every other program is jumping. Georgia fans are jumping off the top rope like, oh, yeah, our traffic infractions are bad, huh? You got a human trafficker on your staff,
Oh, we're
all right?
doing the your crime.
We're doing
worse
the
than my
your crime
thing.
is significantly worse than our crime, all right? Let's balance this out a little. Let's have some context here, man. That was a bonkers story that came out this weekend. His top pinned tweet, too, by the way, people found his social media account, is a very uncomfortable picture of Nick Saban early in his Alabama time, taking a picture with 16 cheerleaders. And he's like holding his hands over his belt, basically. And the caption that the guy tweeted out was, I don't know what to do with my hands around these girls or something like that. And it's like, what are we doing here, man?
He told us from the beginning.
We should have seen this coming 15 years ago.
Just like when LeBron
Red
was
flags.
at Fan Fest and he goes, I'm just trying to really trust the process right now. And he was like, I left tea leaves if you could read them.
It was right there.
And nobody picked up. I mean, people picked up on it, but nobody took it seriously.
Right. Philly's not going to Philly. Get out of here.
Come on, man. They didn't have the 9th best odds.
He's not going to be a 76er.
He was telling us the whole time. This content director was telling us the whole time.
He was right there for us.
Dirty, gross guy.
It was human trafficking, and we never saw it coming.
What do you make of what this year is going to be with Belichick? Because I just can't help but think utter disaster.
I mean, that's where my mind goes.
This is a 4-8 fired before the last game type season to me.
They got, too, if you don't win the TCU game out of the gate, which I don't really know what to make of TCU, I don't think anybody does at this point. Time will come for that for week 0. You got Clemson and Notre Dame in your first 4 games as well. Now, I don't know how good Clemson's going to be. Clemson was pretty bad last year.
All day.
They drilled North Carolina 38-10, and Clemson sucked last year.
Who is it, Clemson and who?
Clemson and Notre Dame. So if you lose the game in Ireland, you're 1-3. You got East Tennessee State in the middle there, and then you got Miami still on the schedule. Duke should be solid again. Pitt's been a pretty good program lately.
Here's a
Virginia
question.
Damn near won the conference last year. So I don't see how this ends. And maybe I'm wrong and we're not giving him enough credit after 1 year and he turns it around. But how does this end with him anything other than getting fired at some point in the year? I don't see it.
I'm trying to find the first coach fired odds.
He's got to be pretty high on the list, I would imagine.
I don't know, man. That's 2025.
It depends on that start. Like if you get drilled
Mike
in Dublin,
he's a pretty big betting favorite.
Yeah, but then you still have the difference. Like I think there's other guys who have a very high likelihood of getting fired at some point, but you also have the buyout that is a part of that.
I just have
maybe Florida State gets the private capital to pay for it, but that it is going to cost you significantly more to fire Mike Norvell than it will North Carolina to fire Bill Belichick.
I find it really hard to believe that dude is coaching past the 10th game.
None of this has ever really made sense. He wanted an NFL job. He wasn't going to get an NFL job, and he decided to jump to college. And it just from the get-go, this idea that we're going to treat it like an NFL team, but then we're not going to let the Patriots or other NFL organizations come to practices to evaluate guys. We know what we're doing in the NFL model. When you have other programs like Ohio State who put 15 guys into the NFL draft every year, we're going to get you okay, so Ohio State's not getting me ready for the NFL. Georgia's not getting me ready for the NFL. It just is a ludicrous claim on the surface, and not to mention the fact that the end in New England didn't go well. He seems out of touch with the modern world of football, and the idea of relating to 18-year-old kids when you're in your mid-70s. It's strange.
He didn't care about grown-ass men in the NFL. Why is he going to suddenly care about college-age kids who don't know if they want to be there every other day?
They're all
because
going
of
to
the
transfer.
NIL check.
Right. Remember what the quarterback said, Gio Lopez, who ended up hitting the portal. His dad and him came out with interviews about how not fun it was to play at North Carolina for a year.
It didn't seem fun to play in New England.
There was no relationship there. He didn't treat the players the way the college kids are used to being treated, and it
he
ended
aged
horribly.
out of the sport.
Yes,
I mean,
he did.
it's okay to say that, by the way. He's 74 years old.
Yeah, he's still one of the greatest coaches of all time, but it's not going well right now.
No.
You get smoked in week 0, you're the standalone game, week 0. Everybody, we're all jonesing for football. I remember the game last year. It was my Iowa State Cyclones who lost the game.
That's right.
Dirty poll, top 10 team. Let me down. Week 0.
You got a lot of feedback on that.
right out of the gate. I can't forget that one. So we're all going to have our eyes on that. We're all eagerly awaiting college football. And so if they're down 28-0 at halftime, whoo, buddy, not going to go well.
College football, artificial intelligence. What we make of that? We got Cafe Day, Dirt and Sprague. We're back with more on The Fan. All right, welcome back in. 646 on Portland Sports Leader 105.1 The Fan. Thinking of a lot of our people over there in Central Oregon right now, man. 1 million acres have been burned.
Yeah, I saw 2 different fires joined together, too, if I read that correctly. Like they kind of merged into one larger fire.
It looks end of days type stuff in some of the images that have come out there, and so everybody trying to fight that fire. Thinking the best. They've already burned more acres this year than they've averaged burning for an entire fire season, and it's still July.
So it's wild. We might get a little bit of rain tomorrow, it sounds like. I don't know if that's going to hit Central Oregon or not, but I know there's a chance for some sprinkles for us, so hopefully it makes it all the way out there, man. That's brutal.
Did you see, though, I don't mean to make light, but sometimes you got to find the laughter in things.
Mm-hmm.
There is a map image showing what it is looking like right now with the wind.
Yeah, and where the smoke's going and all that.
So I haven't seen the smoke in the last few days, and I'm like, oh, maybe they're going out more. And then I watch the news, and I'm like, they're actually getting worse in some areas.
Yeah.
There's a map that shows that the smoke is all blowing east, and if you look at the map while it shows the smoke blowing east, it looks like Oregon farted all over America.
It did. We're just fanning our farts.
Going everywhere.
Here you go, Idaho. Here you go, Wyoming, South Dakota. You want a little bit, too? Here you go. We'll send some your way.
We'll get to Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague. Want to pass this along. The Commanders have parted ways with their tight ends coach, who they just brought in February.
What is everybody doing right now?
Being awful humans.
What did this guy do? Why did he get fired?
Has to be something truly awful to be fired at this point.
If you're coming out, 3 days into training camp?
They just hired him.
And firing your
He's
tight
a Trey
end coach?
McBride guy.
Yeah, we'll see you later.
You suck.
What the hell did you do, man?
We'll get to Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague. You know me. I love artificial intelligence.
Yes, you're a big AI guy.
At least in the video game world. ESPN ran 26 simulations because it's what year? 2026?
2026. Oh, I get it. Okay.
26 simulations of the upcoming season, resulting in 42 different programs earning at least one college football playoff bid.
In the video game?
Yep.
Okay, we have video game simulations here?
Including 35 teams from the Power 4 leagues with the rosters currently as constructed.
Okay.
Miami led the way with 24 playoff appearances.
Got it.
Followed by Ohio State, who had 21.
Yeah.
USC with 19.
Ooh.
BYU with 16.
How about BYU?
Notre Dame 16, SMU 16, Oklahoma 15, Ole Miss 15, and Texas Tech 14.
Yes.
Defending national champ Indiana made its third consecutive college football playoff run in 13 of the 26 simulations. So no one's give Indiana a chance.
Nobody's giving them a chance.
They just won the whole enchilada. No big deal.
Nobody's buying them.
You might be wondering where Oregon is on this.
I love it. Keep sleeping.
Let's see. I forgot to copy-paste the notes, so I got to go through the story here. Actually, I don't see where or how many times Oregon made the playoff.
Well, you haven't listed them yet, so that's pretty far down there, man. Only 10 times out of 26 seasons? Are you kidding me?
There were 8 college football playoff bids for Nebraska, 6 for UCLA.
The Bruins. People are. I actually have the Bruins in my notes today. We had an article on the Bruins this week, and people are buying stock. And Bob
Bill
Chesney.
Plaschke, I saw that. But 0 for Washington.
That's tough. Not even once. Can't even wiggle in one time.
UCLA
26?
got one, and Washington got 0.
0 for the Huskies? Come on, man.
Kansas State got into the playoffs 7 times. Colorado did it twice. I'd love to see the world that exists where
I think
that
that's just
happens.
the idea of the Big 12. If you don't fully buy Texas Tech, like you win the conference, unless you're the ACC last year, you're in the college football playoff. Now, do I think Colorado's going to win the Big 12? No.
But neither Arizona or Houston could do it.
Can I also
in the 26 simulations? Also, Clemson at 0.
0 for that's pretty rough. I will also give you one bit of news on this because I am a nerd who plays college football, the video game, and I actually got some good time on the sticks this weekend with the kiddo gone. Their algorithms and simulations are incredibly broken.
Oh, why do you say that?
It's just the way that they have the schedule breakout and where teams are ranked based on records is not realistic in any way, shape, or form.
I'm not taking this as gospel.
No.
I just thought it was a fun college football
It's one of the biggest bugaboos for me of the entire game of like a 9-1 Georgia will be ranked 14th in the country and an undefeated Northern Illinois will be 8th. And you're like, there's not a world that exists that this is the way the rankings would work.
How does that happen?
I don't know. It's one of the now maybe they've updated it and that's not the way it is anymore, but it is one of the most broken features of the entire game, and it drives me insane.
Well, so far I haven't listed Oregon, so you might already think this is stupid anyway. Biggest shock, they said, came from the SEC. Georgia only got there 3 times.
Yeah, I don't
Texas
see that.
only got there 3 times. LSU got there 3 times. And Alabama got there 4.
This is is the SEC going to stand up and yell, see, strength of schedule? Strength of schedule, it's hard.
There's
9 and 3.
Unlike in 25, ESPN writes 26 simulations did not yield any 2-bid seasons for the group of 6. Boise State earned the playoff bid in 13 of the 26 seasons.
Yeah.
And made 3 runs to the CFP semis.
Come on. What are the? This is again. It goes back to the broken modeling. UCLA's making the playoff that many times. You might play UCLA in the first round.
UNLV 5 bids, Memphis 4, and UAB, the fired Trent Dilfers, got there twice. Those were the only other group of 6. So no respect for your Oregon Ducks.
No.
0 respect for the Oregon State Beavers.
0 respect for Oregon State. And on the G6 note too, that's why that Oregon Boise game out of the gate's interesting, because 2 years ago they made the playoff, and one of their biggest accomplishments of the year was nearly beating Oregon at Autzen. Do they hang tough? Is the game lopsided? Like, that'll kind of frame the narrative around the G6 in Boise for part of the year.
So they have one that they called the Chaos Bracket. It was a bracket filled with teams that nobody thinks is going to make it. In one of the simulations, you know who won the national championship in that one?
Who got the title that year?
Boise State. And you might be saying, like, okay, I already knew this was stupid. How? They play Nebraska in the 10-7.
Mm-hmm.
They get Notre Dame, who was on a bye. They beat Notre Dame, who I believe just bludgeoned them last year, didn't they?
I believe so.
Okay.
I believe so.
They then play the winner of SMU USC. They beat USC, who's a 3 seed. So they've beaten 2 bye teams. And then they play the 9, who ended up being South Carolina.
They get South Carolina in the championship
in the
game?
Natty, and they beat the Fighting Shane Beamers.
If Boise State wins the national championship for my program, I might quit.
I would honestly contemplate it. I wouldn't blame you.
Like, I just walk away. But I'm not doing this anymore.
I'm done.
I don't want to play this game
Oregon,
anymore.
by the way, in the simulations, so let's see, conference title scoreboard.
Boise State and Notre Dame last year, 28-7.
They ran simulations 26 times to win the conference title. This is the Big Ten as follows. 15 for Ohio State.
Okay.
3 for USC.
Whoa.
2 for Indiana.
Whoa.
2 for UCLA.
Whoa.
1 for Michigan. 1 for Nebraska. 1 for Penn State. 1 for Oregon.
I love it.
How?
I love it.
How?
You know why? You know why?
Because nobody's giving you a chance.
Nobody's giving us a chance this year.
Josh Pitt.
Little engine that could. Look, sometimes you got to buck the trends. You got to fight the powers that be in college football, and it'll be a David versus Goliath story all year long. Can we take down Goliath? I don't know, but little David's ready to try, starting against Boise in the first week of September.
Chambliss won the Heisman the most simulated times. John Mateer, Byron Brown, Manning, Levitt, and Mayava each won it twice. Oregon's Dante Moore made it just twice, and Sayin was strangely invited 0 times.
0 invites and 26 simulations? Get the hell out of here.
Yeah, I mean,
Look,
I thought it was fun, and then you go through some of like the deep dive. By the way, Oregon State 0 times winning the Pac-12. Washington State got 1.
Not even a single conference title win. No. You can't even have the algorithm ball bounce my direction one time to give me some hope.
You and I, look at us. No one's giving us a chance.
Look, everybody's counting us out this year. Now we go prove the haters and the doubters wrong.
It is a loaded second hour. Move on from artificial intelligence simulating college football seasons and giving us Boise State as the national champion. Kicking off Cafe Day, Dirt and Sprague. Quite a busy little weekend of audio in the cafe. We'll get to it next hour, 2 on 105.1 The Fan.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, NFL training camps opening up all around the league. All 32 will be off and running by the end of the day. Concern in San Francisco is over 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan. It was announced and revealed over the weekend he suffered a concussion in a car accident, amongst other injuries last week. He will be limited in his appearances and duties to start camp. Portland Timbers got a storybook ending to the career of Felipe Mora with the franchise. He scored not one but two goals for the Timbers, a game-tying and game-winning goal. They get a 2-1 result over Real Salt Lake. 21-year-old Jackson Koiven held off a charge from Scotty Scheffler for his first PGA Tour win in just his 13th start. He claimed the 3M Open by 3 shots, setting a tournament scoring record at 25 under par. I'm Jason Swigart from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 2, Dirt and Sprague here. An eventful hour number 1. Shared my badass catching salmon story.
You did. Got some big fish this weekend.
Can't wait for the rave reviews tomorrow. I hope you guys have that today. I'd leave it out to defrost a little bit.
Yeah, I'll see. I'll wait on the defrosting process, but we'll have it today or tomorrow.
Okay.
One of the next 2 days.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not turning down some fish, man. I love me some fish.
You got the bigger cut because I figured it was just him and Lady Swag.
That's true.
If it was just him, I gave him a slightly smaller cut of the fillet.
Teddy Ball Game will eat salmon from time to time. We'll see.
Okay.
Hopefully, fingers crossed. It's not always a hit with him, but about 70% of the time it works every time, and so hopefully this is one of those times.
We also dabbled in the artificial intelligence of a college football season, to which your point, like, I don't know.
I think your algorithm's broken,
Yeah.
EA Sports. This is a bit of a problem on your hands.
You need to
here.
get in the game. That is a terrible simulation.
Not good, Bob. Not good.
I don't know if Oregon, I'm looking through it. Dude, I think Oregon legitimately they think can win the Big Ten 1 out of 26 times.
I'm actually really relieved about this because last year, I think it was opposite where they did this. I think we did the same segment and they ran the simulations, and Oregon won like the most national champions over a 20-year simulation period or something than any other program. I don't like that, okay? I like being counted out, nobody giving us a chance, and according to EA Sports, we don't have a chance this year.
And also, if you're just tuning in, good morning. Hope your commute's going all right. Michael Lombardi placed effectively on administrative leave at North Carolina. There is still, I don't think, a report out of exactly what went down, but the university decided to put him on leave. This was not a Bill Belichick decision. This was taken out of his hands. And so I'm led to believe that if he ends up getting canned, Belichick's clock is, it's already ticking, but it's ticking a little quicker.
Tick, 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 tick. You're going to be on your way out. You better not get blown out in Ireland in a month.
Yeah,
that's the way your season starts. That at least is an intriguing storyline of the opening game. I don't know if North Carolina will be watchable this year, but them getting their teeth kicked in on in international football on national television with everybody watching, that's a horrible way to start your year.
Let's get to Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague. It's time to step into the cafe. Enough in the lobby and the waiting room.
Yeah, what do we got? What's on the menu today?
First of all, we're seated in the smoking section. We're bringing it back to the 90s. Always loved a little secondhand smoke with my bacon and eggs.
It kind of goes hand in hand with breakfast. Many other places I'm not sure about cigarette smoke, but there's something about diners and breakfasts that I will allow.
Coffee, bacon, and Camel Straights, baby. Let's go.
I hate to admit this. There's a couple smells that will always bring me back to my childhood that I don't like, but I also kind of go, nostalgia.
Makes me feel like a kid again.
Yesterday, there was a guy smoking outside of a Ross. And I
dressed for less?
I told my daughter, I said, go that way. Because I was going to walk past, and admittedly, he was smoking a dart, and I went, R.I.P. to my stepdad.
Yeah, remember that smell fondly.
Yeah, R.I.P. Grandma. All right, on the menu today, the special is stuffed hash browns.
Ooh.
With a side of over-easy eggs and a piece of Canadian bacon.
I thought it would be salmon hash.
Yeah, how are we not doing salmon-related breakfast? No seafood?
Smoked salmon hash.
I was trying to think of something that sounds good to me.
Yeah, that's appetizing to you.
That I want to eat.
By the way, I'll do it. I'll allow it.
Canadian bacon, way underrated. For breakfast.
But if you say underrated, if you give an option of ordering a side of sausage bacon or Canadian bacon, what are you ordering?
What's your order there? Like, give me the order, the rank.
Give me your top three. Because if you're saying underrated, it's third on that list. You're not ordering it over bacon and sausage links, are you?
Over sausage links, yes.
Whoa.
Sausage patties.
Yeah.
Really? Canadian bacon over a sausage? I'm a big sausage link guy.
I love sausage.
Love sausage links. Poke them with
a fork. And then with regular bacon, Canadian bacon kind of depends on what I'm ordering.
Anything better than taking a sausage link and just wiping up the rest of your yolk off the plate?
Yes. Or the gravy that's mixed in there. Or not gravy, but syrup, dipping it in there. It's delightful.
Oh, man. All right, let's get going at Cafe Day Dirt and Sprague.
Lassiter on delivery. It's in front, and of course, it's Pipe Mora with the header. 56-minute Timbers are level. Pin-perfect delivery by Lassiter, and Felipe Mora grabs the 47th MLS goal of his career.
There was Mora, got 2 goals in this one. Portland Timbers, that was the Portland Timber Radio Network. They beat Real Salt Lake. They were down 1-0 early, but Mora got goals in the 56th minute and the 67th minute. And so Felipe Mora on a bit of a heater. That's 3 goals in 2 games for Felipe Mora.
Now he is done, right? He's moving back to Mexico.
Yeah, he's going back
his
to
last
Liga
game.
MX.
Yeah.
He is gone, but the Timbers are not. They prevail 2-1, a little bit of a heater since they fired Neville.
Yeah, sometimes you get that boost. I also feel like the Timbers kind of do this every year where they start slow and then wake up at some point in the middle to back end of the year, and you're like, oh, look at that. They're back in the playoffs again. Feels like that's them every year, so I don't know if it's a firing coach effect or just middle of the season effect, but dude, you couldn't script that any better. I didn't know that was his last game. I didn't really follow that storyline, and then I knew it was going on over the weekend. See the highlights, to score a couple of, to have that moment and to have the fans send you off that way, and you could get the log after you scoring your goal. It was really cool for him to kind of go out on a high note, and the fan base certainly loves him. You forget because of COVID sometimes how long guys have been around, and then you remember how I think he's third all time in goals in Timbers history. You're the top 5, so he's had a great career here, and I know he'll be missed from the Timbers Army.
Order up.
His second home run of the ball game.
Yeah, there's White Sox TV. The White Sox all over the Stros yesterday. Munetaka Murakami continues his good season. 22 homers. He had 2 yesterday. He's got 48 RBIs. Funny note about this one and why I pulled it. 2 home runs on Murakami bobblehead day.
Look at that. Yeah. You get bobblehead day and you hit a couple of dingers.
His parents threw out the first pitch of the game.
Yeah, they came over from Japan. Mom threw out the first pitch.
More teams should do that. That's a great thing to do on bobblehead night. Like if you want somebody that's symbolic to you to throw out the first pitch, there's nothing better than, in most cases, than the parents. That's a really cool thing. To hit 2 home runs on bobblehead day, that's an all-timer right there.
Order up. There's a swing, and that ball's well hit. Down the first baseline and gone. Canzone's 16th home run of the year. It's good for 3 runs.
There is the Texas Regional Sports Network. The Rangers on the call.
Yeah.
Dom Canzone, 3-run home run in the 7th, gives the Mariners the advantage. Now, they have to play the Rangers today in a 4-gamer to even tie the series.
Yes, and I'll lose it.
But yesterday, he came up big when they needed it most with a 3-run home run in the 7th.
And the Rangers, at 1 game above 500, are still in first place in the AL West.
Everybody's still alive in the AL West. Are you kidding me? What are we talking about?
Well, the Angels are probably out of it.
Are the Angels officially out?
Not officially, but they're somehow 11.5 back. They played my team this weekend. I have no clue how the series went.
Yeah.
Did you see the Cal Raleigh quote on his bad year? Somebody asked him about the World Baseball Classic, getting benched in that. Did it throw you off at the start of the year? And he did the "I'm not going to make an excuse while making an excuse" answer. That is the funniest thing that athletes do.
Yeah.
It basically, to sum it up, was like, well, no, I have no idea. I'm not here to blame anything. It threw off my timing, though, and I didn't get a lot of at-bats. Now, I'm not saying that is or is not the reason, but it definitely threw me off at the start of the – it's like, dude, you're talking out of both sides of your mouth right now. I don't know if that's what Mariner fans want to hear because his rough year has continued, but maybe you get a win today and you split against the Rangers in a 4-game set.
One of my daughter's really good friends was hanging out yesterday, and we were all just hanging around. I was pulling audio for the cafe. At my brother-in-law's house, there's a big group of us, right? And I'm pulling audio, and people can hear it. And somebody asked, like, what I was pulling audio from. And I said, oh, the Mariners game. And my daughter's friend goes, the Uriners game?
The what?
And I go, yeah. And she goes, who? I go, the Seattle Uriners? She goes, are you saying Uriners? And I said, yeah, their logo is a guy at a urinal. The Seattle Uriners, they play at T-Mobile Park. And she goes,
the M with the trident?
oh, that's the name of the baseball team. I said, yeah, the Seattle Uriners.
That's what everybody calls them on the streets.
And then people felt bad for her. They're like, it's the Mariners.
Yeah, he's being a jackass.
It's not actually the Uriners. It just
take that one to school. Did you guys see the Uriners game this weekend?
I just love that she believed it. I just kept going. I had to.
Went along for a while, at least.
All right.
Order up.
All right, let me see this.
I feel very blessed, and I hope our generation have done the same for the one that is already playing the game. And when I think about the game itself, I always say that every generation has the responsibility to continue to make the baseball game better. Papi, mami, bendición, gracias por darlo todo por nosotros, por asegurarse que creciéramos en una familia con mucho amor y cariño. Papi, quiero darte las gracias por enseñarme el valor del trabajo. Te veía salir muchas veces de casa cansado, pero nunca te vi quejarte. Yo creo que hiciste un gran trabajo y quiero que sepas que me enseñaste el esfuerzo y la gran responsabilidad que es un esforzarse en la vida.
Is anybody going to help me understand what the hell he was just saying right there? And either you guys speak Spanish? Sounded sentimental. Was it towards Bobby? That's all I got.
It was Poppy.
Poppy?
Poppy.
Poppy.
His
okay.
dad.
Oh, I thought he
that
said
was Carlos
Bobby.
Beltran.
I thought he said Bobby.
No, Poppy.
I didn't know who we were playing.
You thought he said Bobby?
I don't know.
Hey, Papi.
Hey, Papi.
I'm hoping one day I'll just play a Spanish clip from watching all the Telemundo World Cup and just know exactly what they're saying.
Have an idea of what's going on there.
I heard work. I heard Poppy. I heard a lot of thanks.
Now, can we trust tree this? Swigar's not allowed to play because I know what his answer is. If I would have asked you on Friday, is anything notable happening in Major League Baseball this weekend? Would you have known the answer of what was taking place?
I wouldn't have probably said on the show, oh, yeah, this, and that. But if you would have said the Hall of Fame, I would have been like, that's right. And the only reason I know that is because my guy was going in
Andrew
and their
Jones.
socials have been public.
That was the only reason I knew about it, too, is I saw a Giants team announcement or, pictures of him. I'm like, why is Jeff Kent? Oh, that's right. He's going to the Hall of Fame. Okay, all right. I had no idea that was happening this
Speaking
weekend.
of more Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Order up.
Being the first Hall of Famer from my island is an incredible moment. This moment is a bittersweet because my father, Henry Jones, is not here today. Dad passed away 10 years ago. He showed me how to work hard and play for what it takes to become a successful baseball player and a great person. Henry Jones was a legend in Curacao, a great player in his own right. and I'm not standing here in Cooperstown without his constant coaching. Dad, we did it. I know you looking down at me now and with a big smile, and I love it. I love you very much.
Here's my guy Andrew Jones on the MLB Network going into the Hall of Fame. I quite enjoyed it. Right to the point. Thanked everybody he needed to thank. Played the most games in a 10-year run in MLB, and Mark DeRosa shared a really funny story that in 2004, when they started testing for steroids, Andrew Jones found him and said, "You watch, after they start testing, I will lead the league in homers in 2005. He led the league in homers in 2005. He had 51 homers and like 128 ribbies, 10 straight gold gloves, and put the cherry on top for me, been a fan of Andrew Jones ever since he made his debut in '96.
I mean, one of the more iconic teenage debuts in baseball history.
Not a doubt about it. I posted about him on my IG. He reposted my IG tag.
Did he really?
That was great. It's
Look
a good
at
moment
that.
for me.
Andrew Jones.
I love it.
With a repost of the IG
tag.
tag.
Made me so happy. I just need his jersey signed, and my life will be perfect.
That's the last step for you. At least yours was sentimental. Mine's not really sentimental from this weekend.
Speaking of that.
That if I were to earn a college scholarship, that he'd buy me a pickup truck. My dad was a simple guy, a police officer in Southern California, and that's about all we could afford extra at that time in my life, and that truck meant everything to me. So I quit racing and focused on school and baseball and won that baseball scholarship because I got that truck. That truck is still with me. It sits in my garage as a simple reminder that some of the simplest things the simplest things can change the entire direction of your life.
Jeff Kent, in his Hall of Fame speech, I would have never guessed in my entire existence that he gets into the Hall before Barry Bonds, famous teammate who hated each other. And I cannot get out of my head because I watched these speeches. They're not that long. It was fine. And I agree with your note of like the Hall of Fame just completely falls off the radar. I cannot get past that Jeff Kent looks like a fatter, redheaded version of Jason Swigard with just a mustache and no glasses.
Once you texted that, I could not unsee it either.
It's crazy.
They look nearly identical.
Now
and it's throwing me for a loop.
We need to clarify here.
Yeah.
Fatter. You don't look just like him.
No.
You only look kind of like him because he's fatter.
If you had a little bit of ginger in your hair and a beard, or not a beard, but a mustache, I mean, it would be, you guys would be doppelgangers.
Twinsies.
Now, to be fair to you, too, he is a random one-off, not one-off, but one of very few who had great years for both the Giants and the Dodgers. It's not a very normal thing. And I will say that does water down the legacy a little bit. When you're a Giant great and you become a Dodger and you didn't win a championship in San Francisco, like Juan Uribe did that, but he was such a postseason hero and he was goofy eating burritos. You're like, whatever, dude, Juan, thank you for the World Series. You go be a Dodger. That's totally fine.
But when you're like there for an extended
but when you're like that, that tarnishes the legacy a little bit, and I'm not going to lie.
I'm just curious, was that the truck he was washing when he hurt himself?
Yeah. Probably. His fights with Bonds were legendary. They hated each other, despised each other. And if that's got to be a rough weekend for Barry Bonds because Barry Bonds carried his ass to an MVP and allowed him to hit in front or behind him in the lineup, in an era, there's never been a better hitter in the history of baseball than what Bonds was in those years in San Francisco. Steroid or not, I don't care. There's never been a more
disrespectful he went in before
like
Bonds.
It's
no
laughable.
Disrespect to Jeff Kent, but come on.
Dude, Jeff Kent's a great player. Don't get me wrong. He also made the Hall of Fame on the back of Barry Bonds, who was not allowed into the Hall of Fame. It's ludicrous. Go look at the first 6 years of his career and what he did prior to getting to San Francisco and then getting to San Francisco and hitting behind Barry Bonds in the lineup and see what his numbers were for 6 years and where they went from there.
His Eagles definitely helped. Hit a great 3-wood into 12 that kind of set up a great look at Eagle and was able to capitalize. And then 18 kind of just hit 3 great shots that I was really happy with, and just happy that putt went in.
That is 21-year-old Jackson Koiven.
Yes.
Who won the 3M tournament at 25 under, and he held off Scotty. He said at one point at the end of the tournament, Scotty was on a heater, and people were basically chanting at him, "Scotty's coming.
Here comes
Scotty's coming.
Scotty."
Didn't matter, dude. He was in Fuego, and he won his first PGA Tour event.
His round Saturday, I watched most of Saturday before I had to go to the Hops game, and that was a heater when there was all sorts of fluctuation. Like the tournament was in, because Kim had the 59 on Friday morning that we watched. and then he couldn't keep it going on the weekend.
Used all his birdies up on one round.
And then, he hit, I forget which Saturday, the Eagle, he hit like a 309 yard.
305
It was insane.
yard hit with
absolutely
a
insane.
3-wood off the deck.
And I was like, oh boy.
Going to be his weekend. I mean, he's another one of these young golf prodigies. He's an Auburn kid. 21-year-olds winning on the PGA Tour. It's always notable. The U.S. Junior Am stuff's going on right now, or U.S. Amateur, I should say, and Miles Russell's playing in that. So you got these next crop of guys that are coming up. He's been one of them who's known for a while in the game of golf. There was also a good story yesterday on Ted Scott, the caddy for Scotty, as they were making their run. This kid hit a 3-wood and got on the green on a par 5 and 2 on like the 16th hole. I can't remember, but sometime on the back. And Scotty's caddy, Ted Scott, was like, all right, that's it. And he jumped in his car and started driving to the airport. And they were like, are you really going to leave? He's like, yeah, this kid's not blowing it. He's going to be just fine. Ended up being right. Got to the airport in time, and a young kid won on the PGA Tour.
Order up! It seems like there's always a moment like that in every season that I've played so far. And I think for myself, I just try to navigate it the best I can. It gets exhausting. It gets frustrating because I think especially that's a perfect example of it was a hard foul, and it should have been dealt with in the moment, and they should have decided what it was then and reviewed it. Great, we move on. You see it happen in the NBA all the time. It's not anything more than that. It's basketball. When I walk out of the locker room, I shouldn't be not fearful of what the conversation is going to be, but you just it's emotionally exhausting. It's draining. It makes your shoulders tense because people don't want to talk about the basketball. They just want to stir it up and make something else.
Yeah, there's Caitlin Clark. Sorry to all you hot take artists that only retweet Caitlin Clark propaganda. She's kind of tired of you. You're annoying, and you're making the narrative about the WNBA terrible. They had their All-Star game this weekend. Team Spoon beat Team Cooper. So I hate to tell you that.
Yeah, I know. I had Team Cooper.
Jonquel Jones of the Liberty won the MVP of the game, and AZ Fudd beat Bridge Carlton in the three-point shootout.
She was phenomenal on that last round of the three-point contest.
She's great.
She did not miss, man.
But Caitlin Clark sitting down with Malika Andrews on that one. WNBA All-Star Game was this past weekend.
Doesn't get talked about enough of how emotionally and mentally draining it has to be.
I can't fathom.
To deal with all of that. You already have the pressure of being this basketball pro, you're the next greatest female basketball player of all time, and now every time somebody farts near you, it becomes national news and race baiting, and it's got to be exhausting.
Kyle is doing good. He's got some bumps and bruises. He did suffer a concussion in the accident. Has some lingering effects from that concussion, and we're kind of treating this. We don't have a protocol for staff members when it comes to concussions, but we do with players, and it's become very helpful. So Kyle basically is going to be in the protocol, and we're going to let the condition, the doctors dictate how he comes back, when he comes back.
That's John Lynch, general manager of the Niners. Kyle Shanahan involved in a car accident about a week and a half ago, actually.
How did they keep that quiet for a week and a half?
Well, I don't know how serious the car accident was. He sustained minor injuries, a concussion included, so he will not be coaching full-time at camp. He's going to pop in and out. They got assistants taking hold of it.
Yeah, he was standing there yesterday, but just watching from the side.
Yeah, so he's still dealing with the fallout of a car accident. McVay said he talked to him, and so I saw Shanahan involved in a car accident. I got nervous. I read the story. I'm like, oh, okay, he'll be all right. He'll come back.
It was strange. It's kind of been a weird weekend of coach. We had the Commies tight end coach get fired this morning.
Yep.
Eric Bieniemy's wife got shot in Virginia. That randomly came out. We don't really know any other details other than that. Sounds like she's going to be alive, but that was a strange one. And then this I hate sometimes the world that we live in, although there's moments where I can't blame people of they're not releasing any more details about the crash, and nobody said anything for 2 weeks. And there's a report out there that 49er reporters knew, and the team asked them to keep quiet about it.
To talk about it.
Please don't bring this up. And I don't think there's anything nefarious there, but when you have the background of a story like that, of this happened a couple weeks ago, and you ask people to not say anything, it's going to lead modern minds to go where? There's more to this story than we know about. I'm just glad everybody's okay, and I imagine he'll be back by week 1, but you got to take it week by week.
There we go. Cafe Day, Dirt and Sprague. A couple clips we didn't get to. I'll carry one of those over because we'll talk some football. But coming up next, an update on the local weekend festivities, including some audio I want to get to from some local Portlanders. We'll get to that next on 105.1 The Fan.
105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on The Fan, all 32 NFL training camps will be up and running by the end of the day. The biggest absence, not necessarily a player, it's the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. As it was revealed over the weekend, he suffered a concussion and some other minor injuries in a car accident last week and will be limited to start camp in terms of his appearances at practice. After LeBron James announced he joined the Sixers to start the weekend, it was reported that Kentavious Caldwell-Pope agreed to a buyout of his contract with the Grizzlies and is expected to sign a one-year deal to join Philadelphia. Portland Timbers with a fond farewell for Felipe Mora, who scored 2 goals in his final game with the team Saturday night to give the Timbers a 2-1 result over Real Salt Lake. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom, call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Good morning. Happy Monday, everybody. Hope your weekends were great. Poll question is up. If you had a kid-free weekend,
do I like it?
What is the better thing to watch, The Odyssey in theater or Gilmore Girls at home? And right now,
who's winning? Gilmore Girls got to be running away with it, right?
Gilmore Girls coming in at 36.8% of the vote. Almost 40% of people voting on this are saying, yeah, I'm not going out. We're staying in. We're going to be lazy, relax, and watch reruns.
I'm not leaving the couch, man. That's a delightful weekend when you can get it.
Delightful weekend would have included not talking about the Blazers relocating, and yet could not escape it. Had conversations about it, heard podcasts talking about it. And so it continues to be in the news of if you're not in Portland, and I was talking about this with Hiken over the weekend. I was texting with him, and I said, hey, so-and-so nationally talking about it, I guess is good, but I feel like they're just regurgitating old info and passing it as if it's happening now, and I think that's making me think.
Right. It's making the news cycle last longer than it should. Because there's things that we react to or that we see on a timely basis when they happen.
Yeah.
And then there's some in the media who don't pay attention to day in and day out Portland Trailblazer basketball who get wind of it, and then they're an authoritative voice on certain subjects. And so you say, oh my God, now he's talking about it, but it's just him talking about it 4 days after we all already talked about it.
So it's like stuff you've heard, but then you hear the national people and you're like, oh God, it's new stuff.
Uh-oh.
And then you hear it and you go, actually, I've already heard that, and something's developed since that. So it's like, it's good that they're talking, but like, I also don't know how truly informed the national narrative is yet. Now, I'm not sitting here trying to act like it's all roses, no pun intended, and that Tom Dundon's going to sign the term sheet tomorrow and everything's kumbaya. It still sucks. We have deadlines rapidly approaching. We have one on the 30th. That's supposed to be for Dwayne
the Blazers to respond and meet with the city to go over stuff. Yeah.
And then we'll see if we get them to meet up. If they don't meet up with that, we need to start having real conversations of what are you trying to accomplish here? A story popped up on Friday, and it's never comfortable for me that if I'm watching something on YouTube, I then pop up at the end of the video because I'm in an algorithm and I'm watching myself. And that happened to us, you and I, where it was our interview with our Kansas City guy, Jay Binkley.
Right.
And the first comment that popped up was, can't believe you're even giving this air and noise. And I thought, fair, I guess.
Nah, it's from somebody who doesn't listen to the
Probably going to be doing it tomorrow because a story popped up that leaders and fans in St. Louis, are they gearing up to fight for an NBA franchise? And I went,
I saw that from our guy Gunderson. I think he sent that out on Friday, and I'm like, oh, God, what now?
So guess what I'll be trying to do today? We'll be getting a St. Louis person because I want to see if he's Jay Binkley going, no, this is a dumb story. There's nothing to it. Or if they really believe in St. Louis, they're going to get an NBA team because I refuse to believe that the Blazers are leaving. But this
I went and read that piece, by the way. I read the article.
Did you? Because I refused to click it.
So the guy, one of our, I don't know what percentage, I'd never heard of him before.
One of
the guys, him and his dad, there's a building in St. Louis named after his dad. He's from St. Louis. And he's known as a Now he's a owner of an NBA team, and so they asked him his opinion on would St. Louis be a good NBA city, and he says yes. I think St. Louis would be a great NBA city. That's basically the gist of it.
And that is some of the fear-mongering that's been used, not fear-mongering, but like some of the narrative-based stuff of like, hey, Zach, what's
now
that guy's
he's angling
percentage?
Tom Dundon to move the team to St. Louis all of a sudden when I think there's just a lot of noise out there about relocation and expansion and the NBA. Hey, could we be a viable city? And it was basically one of those, we do this all the time. Hey, would Portland be a good Major League Baseball market? I think Portland would be a great baseball market. And then you move on.
And
it's one of those
a story.
Right. It's one of those local stories, and he just happens to be a part owner of the Blazers.
Well,
so not great timing, but I don't think it's the end of the world.
We had a little bit of a town hall this weekend.
We did.
And I read about it because I didn't go to it. I was catching salmon. I'm sorry, I'm a badass Oregonian now.
I was laying on the couch watching Gilmore Girls. I apologize.
You were
I was
doing
not
more
doing
important
the, I was
things. You were
not
God's
doing,
work.
doing the Lord's work.
You're making the wife happy. But I didn't go to it, but I read about it from a couple of the news outlets, and it basically says it sounds like it was a split crowd of do it, don't do it.
Yep, they were all. It was not a live Q&A, which sucks. Those are always more entertaining when you get the characters. I believe all the questions were submitted prior to the meeting taking place, and they would read them out, and then the council people who were there would answer the questions.
Well, I got some audio from K2. They interviewed multiple individuals. One of them makes the return. They're in the beginning of the clip.
Okay.
And you might be going, oh, God, I know where they're going. And then buckle up for the end of the clip.
Oh.
But here is a couple people that attended the town hall for the Moda financing conversation. Dan Ryan, our station buddy, was there. And take a listen to what their takeaways were and their thoughts of funding for Tom Dundon and the Moda Center.
This whole process of what's going to happen with Moda Center drives me nuts.
I'd like to see the new owner come forward with some money to the project as opposed to asking the taxpayers to foot all the bill.
I feel like we have to look more into it and see how much money needs to actually be, donated or put into that, something like that, because it could be more than what we think.
There's absolutely no justification for not using whatever resources we can marshal, city, county, state, to renovate Moda Center.
She shocked you there, didn't she?
I did not see that coming.
You were waiting for the Portland
If you would have not have told me that
middle-aged
before, I would have rolled my eyes the second she opened her mouth. This is ridiculous. And then at the end, totally redeem yourself.
She's a huge Blazer fan.
Who would have seen that coming? Amen, old lady. Let's go. Come on. I'm voting for you for city council. What district are you running for? I'll vote for you.
No, I saw another quote. I think it was the second guy there. He's like, I'd like to go through the numbers and really pencil down this thing. And I found another quote from the guy. And he's like, I think we could be doing this for $400 million. And I'm like,
yes, of course.
What world?
And your brilliant expertise of construction projects of renovating NBA arenas. You probably have a long experience of that. Please tell me how we could do that for $400 million.
The problem is he read the piece that said when they did the study 2 years ago, it was projected to be 400. Guess what's gone up, bud? Yeah. The cost. So
I don't know. Maybe I'm in it. Maybe I'm the outlier here, and there's people who listen to this and say, Dirt, you just weren't paying attention. It definitely happened. I chuckle at all of this stuff when thinking about some of the tax dollars that we're planning on using that come from ticket sales of the Moda Center to pay for this renovation have been used for Providence Park renovations and Memorial Coliseum renovations. And I don't ever remember it being a controversial, this is an election issue, let's have town hall meetings where people are yelling about this. Like, I am, again, maybe I'm just outside of the local politics bubble and I should be following it closer. I'm not saying nobody knew that was happening. I just don't ever remember that reaching the level of controversy and debate about should we be using $60 million in taxpayer money to renovate the Memorial Coliseum. As somebody who loves the Winterhawks, I'm thrilled that they did it. The arena's great on the inside. We never debated that. To my knowledge, from a public standpoint, I'm not saying they didn't at the city level. And it's just funny to think how different this one has gone, and there's really not that big of a difference in the amount of money that the team is asking for.
When you watch a video, your algorithm will change it. I saw on Instagram, random guy was filming himself. He walked away from the town hall, and he's like, it was very troubling hearing what I just heard. And then he played Dan Ryan, who's using, though, if you had a house and it cost $600,000 to renovate, and you were given, and you had to pay $120,000, you do that. And I understand where people are coming like, dude, who has $120,000? I'd say, well, what if you had to pay it off 20 years from now?
Right.
Maybe more people are willing to do it, but I still understand the anti-argument to that point. But this person's just going on. Is like, I don't know if we need to be doing this. Doesn't seem like a real. And he just, he's anti. Every study I've ever read says it never benefits the city. And I like, okay, yeah, sure. We're not talking about building a new arena for $2 billion here, right? We're talking about renovating something that the city, by the way, decided to purchase for $1. Yep. So when you make that decision, what do you need to do? It's your responsibility. If you're in a rental and renters say, hey, this is broken, do you just say fix it? Or do you have to go in there and fix it yourself?
Yeah.
My experience says you got to fix it yourself.
That's the way it works.
So, I'm not great. It's not fun being in the position Portland is as a city, the amount of money, and you can easily say, a sports guy on air, yelling for funds to be used for the Moda Center renovation. But as I dove into the comments of this guy's video, I see some gal. It's like the city of Seattle lost the Sonics and refused to give any money to their arena. Now they're actually thriving in that area, and the Sonics never made any money. And I don't dive in, but I so badly wanted to dive in and go, so the arena got renovated, and it was renovated privately, by the way, because it was basically an entire gut job of the arena.
Yes.
If
they
you
kept
see
the roof.
Yeah, if you see the roof, you go, oh, and then you walk in, you go, whoa.
None of this is the
not
same.
the same. Yeah, that was private. Give you that. What have they had in there since? WNBA team?
Yeah.
Hockey team?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
World-class concerts coming through every single time?
Absolutely, they have.
So,
and by the way, that was after there was public referendums and voting to raise the sales tax to do Lumen Field and redo T-Mobile.
Can we not make that comp? If I had an NFL team and a Major League Baseball team here, the Blazers have been irrelevant for my entire life. Take them. I don't care. I mean, I know that wouldn't be the stance, but you get my point.
It's such an
we got to stop
coming.
Seattle was fine. They thrive. This is all we got. We don't have an NFL team playing 10 minutes away.
No.
If we had an NFL team, this would not be as big of a deal. This is all we got.
We have 81 baseball games.
No, it's like an NHL franchise.
I know.
If we had all of that, by all means, let's hold Tom Dundon to the coals.
A major college university in the city.
So stupid, man. The Seattle economy was fine.
And I wanted to point. Well, also
it's one of the top 10 economies in the United States.
I also wanted to point out. They're going to get the Sonics back. Do you think that's going to suddenly just lose a ton of money? What are we talking about?
We're not getting an NBA team.
We're
back
losing
if we lose
concerts
the Blazers.
by the year.
Yes.
Like artists refusing to stop in Portland now.
Some we can't even host because the born-on date of the arena is just too old for tours.
The Fire has literally come out in some of these meetings and said, you do need to renovate. Yeah. This is not good for our gals. So it's like, it's not just an NBA team, it's a WNBA problem.
Why are we not asking their owners to pony up money too? That was the funniest moment of the weekend for me.
I don't want to say it.
I know. That we can't say that publicly. One of the funniest things of the weekend for me was hearing the back and forth into bits and pieces of this town hall. And one of the council members saying, if we don't pass the funding and the Blazers leave, at least we'll still have the Fire, who seem to have a great fan support, and the Fire are filling up the arena. And then one of the female members of the city council said, wait, so you're saying we don't need to renovate the building for the female athletes? And it was a hilarious moment of you realize that's kind of sexist? We won't do it for the Blazers, so the Fire are fine playing in these facilities. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, even take the scenario of you just piss off Dundon, right? And he maybe goes to St. Louis. So let's just say in that world, the Fire are still here.
They're still here. They're still playing games.
Think do they just shut up and not say anything about renovating? And
do you want a concert at some point to come back to your city? You're still going to have to renovate the building. That's the entire point of why this is so ridiculous.
The video bothered me. The guy that he's like, and check the rest of my thoughts on my Substack. And I'm like, of course, that's where we're going with it and how it all needs to be fundamentally not. And, I saw there's a Simmons clip going around this morning. I guess yesterday he commented on this. This is what I'm talking about is he's not wrong on a lot of the stuff. I do think the NBA needs to step in here. The NBA should be louder in this stuff. I agree with that.
I think time will tell on that. If we get closer to, as the deadline start approaching and votes actually start happening.
But then he has a snippet at the end where he's like, and he wants the fans in the city to pay for the whole arena. F off.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, we're not building a new arena. The city owns the building. It's a renovation of an entity the city owns. You could talk about how much what the percentage split is on revenue stuff and tax and all that.
That's free to debate.
That'll get hammered out. But this is what I'm talking about is when a guy of that stature, I'm glad he talks about it, but also this isn't building an entirely new arena.
No.
At least not publicly yet. Maybe he knows something we don't. Right. And at that point, we'd have to have a real hard conversation of $2 billion. Where's that coming from?
Yeah.
But this is the city-owned entity. So there's a story coming out that one of the local writers is going to release, and I thought it was great, because I was texting with them this weekend. It's like, this is a more Sacramento thing than it is Seattle. This isn't Clay Bennett.
No.
I have a destination. And, oh, by the way, you know what played in Oklahoma City before the Thunder? People forget about this. The Hornets for 2 seasons.
They did,
because of Katrina.
Because of Katrina, they didn't have a home.
So the NBA had a sample size amount of data to
say.
They
had an appetite for it.
Do they have an appetite? Yeah. Does it make sense? Is there arena that makes sense? Like, all of that that's much different than this. This is more Sacramento than it is Seattle.
Without a doubt. They want a new arena.
Tom Dundon and the Blazers need to stop being asshats, come to the table on the 30th or the 31st, and have some conversations. I still will maintain the opinion of, if the funding gets approved and they say it's $575 or $600 million, I just think the NBA and the owners are going, dude, shut up, sign the thing. We're done with this.
They want to move on to expansion. They're all waiting for those checks to cash. That's the leverage that Dundon has right now. And so the second you get that, Adam Silver will step in, and that's been all the intel on this from even the outside. We had that from the county meeting last week. One of the state senators said the NBA has all but guaranteed them, if they are to pass the funding and present that to Tom Dundon, that the NBA will intervene and say, Tom, stop being a jackass, sign this. And this is maybe all just a part of his negotiating tactic. I'm not going to respond until you give me the dollar amount and I know it's on the table, and then we can sit down and start talking about designs and things we want to accomplish.
Yeah, so there was a little bit of an audio snippet from our town hall this weekend as the county bypassed a vote on it. Now they're going to take a 2-week recession on the topic, or recess, and get back to it. And then we have the meeting between the Blazers and everybody else coming up in the next few days. Back with one more little note of local interest, and then I want to get to a little NFL stuff. Dirt and Sprague back with more. 105.1 The Fan.
Hey, Dirt here, sticking around for our good friends at Trajan Wealth.
Welcome back in. A lot of dirt and Sprague today. Hope your Monday morning's going well. Loaded third hour and fourth hour ahead.
A lot of you, a lot of me today, buddy. A lot of you, a lot of me.
A lot of football stuff. Did not get to this. It is the 27th of July.
Almost August.
Crazy that it's almost August.
Isn't that wild?
And on Friday, we had delightful little news. Look, I was told that when Ja Morant was traded to the Blazers, we ain't done.
They ain't done yet.
I was told
they ain't done yet.
There was not a scenario that existed where this was going to largely be it.
A bad guy.
And I remember saying out loud, on the air, off the air, no, this is it. At best, they'll sign a two-way guy, and they'll call it good. And I was told,
man. It rained a lot.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You're an idiot.
I got sauces. And I said, okay. All right.
Don't sleep on Ja.
And Friday, we got the great news. We have filled our last roster spot.
We did it, guys. We did it. We filled it out.
John Tonge.
John Tonge?
John Tonge.
John Tonge?
Two-way contract. Guess what position he plays? Andy Dirt Johnson.
I mean, we have 5 centers and 5 guards.
Yeah.
I'm going to go out on a limb and guess the Tonger's got to be a wing of some sort, right? Probably 6'9", 6'10". Can play a little bit of 3, can play a little bit of 4. Maybe you know what else would be nice? The ability to shoot too. So I bet he's probably a 6'9"-ish kind of 3-and-D. Maybe play up to the 4 if you need to. Good 3-point shooter.
He is 6'4". He is technically a guard.
Yes.
Although some want you to believe he's going to swing both. He's going to guard the 3 and the 2.
You're going to get fired.
By the way, Boston Celtics Summer League legend, 14.8 points per game on 45.2% from 3.
In the Summer League?
And as Blazer Nation Twitter account tweets out, they landed a steal on a two-way.
We got ourselves a
steal, by the way, that Boston didn't want.
Are you telling me?
Want.
Are you telling me?
We got shooters.
We got shooters.
We got shooters.
We got
Let's go.
Let's go.
Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah.
We got a shooter? The Tonger's a shooter?
John Tonge, all Big Ten guy at Wisconsin.
I mean, who could forget? That Wisconsin team was thrilling. I remember every second of it.
Am I saying his name right?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
It's Tonje.
If you don't know, we definitely don't know.
Had you heard of John Tonge
I don't
before
remember
Friday?
him at all. No, never heard the name in my life. You could have asked me, what does he do for a living? And I'd say, I don't know. Is he in the Tour de France?
Does he work at Three Mountains?
John Tonge? Is he a French guy? Is he sailing?
Might be a
is that the guy you went fishing with this weekend? I have no idea. You out there with the Tonges, huh?
Yeah.
AI tells me it's Tonje.
Tonje?
Tonje? You add the E at it. It's Joe
John
Dirte.
Tonje.
Tonje.
It's actually kind of cool, man. John Tonje.
Yeah, the idea of we traded for Ja Morant at another guard. I can't wait to be able to get back to yelling about the roster construction. I miss those
this is
days.
Tom Dundon's doing.
Yes.
Tom Dundon signed John Tonje, so we could have our 6th guard and our 5 centers on our 15-man roster.
43 and a half.
You guys love it. You all think they're going to be great.
Who, me? Are you saying me?
You're slamming the over.
I'm hammering the under.
No, what was the over-under again? 43 and a half?
43 and a half.
I'm actually taking the under. I said 43
I think you're
wins.
taking the over now. John Tonje
Well, now that the Tonje's in here, I might have to
Wow.
reassess to 50 wins, because if he's going to shoot 43% from 3, which we all know that he will, similar to our great deal deadline to go get a shooter last year.
I can't wait to see the 5-guard offense in play.
The playoff impact
Run
that
that
our
5-man weave, baby.
deadline edition had. I just would have loved to go back to the moment that the Ja Morant trade went down, and we all had the same thought process of, they're definitely not done. And then just to alert all of us to indeed the fact, they're done. I know this technically counts as a move, but does it count as a move? That's a solid poll question. They technically did something this weekend, but does that count as making a move? I don't think it did. He's a two-way
it
player.
actually does. It's listed on their free agent off-season acquisition list.
How was your trade deadline move last year? Was that an actual move? How many minutes did he play in the playoffs? Does that count as a trade if you can't play him in the playoffs?
He played 8 total games for the Celtics yesterday, or last year. John Tonje.
Tonje. Now we got Tonje.
I'm going to ask right now 2 questions. Did you know who John Tonje was?
Don't lie. If you're a Wisconsin alum, then fine. But if you're not, you've never heard of him before.
Before the Blazers signed him. I know. We had so many liars in the city. They act like they watch every basketball game in existence.
Shot 42% for 3. Sort of like.
And then I'm also going to ask, does John Tonje count as a move?
I don't think it does. I think it has to be a full-time player to count as a move.
Really?
Two-way player don't count. If you stay healthy, now it's big if, but if you stay healthy, how many games will Tanjay appear in? He's the 6th guard on your depth chart.
How many games did Delano Banton play? By the way, Celtic legend.
Remember when he was the future we could build around?
I was told
he
there was
a
no
big
way
guard?
Portland would let him leave, and then he was a Celtic the next season.
And is he even in the NBA anymore?
Yeah, he was on their team. Well, I don't know that anymore. He was on their team last year.
Okay.
I saw him walking off when they lost the playoffs.
He was technically he played for the Clippers and the Celtics last year.
Yeah.
You know how many games he appeared in the NBA last year? He played, just for frame of reference,
10.
6.
Oh. Less than John Tanjay. That means Tanjay's better.
Delano Banton played fewer NBA games than Tanjay last season. But if you stay healthy, this guy's not seeing the floor. He's not going to play.
He could be a remix legend.
That's cool. Go throw some oops to Young Hansen.
Has anybody wondered how long Dundon wants to fund the remix situation, by the way? Side note.
Yeah, how much does that cost on a yearly basis?
And you ask him, hey, what's the ROI
I don't know.
on that?
Aren't they supposed to now? I know Portland was the last team to have
I don't believe the league
own
mandated
G
it.
League.
No, I think the Suns and the Blazers were.
Oh, okay.
I think we were a dual thing. I don't know if that's mandated. You can look that up and find that. But poll questions up. Does signing John Tanjay count as an off-season move? And did you know who John Tanjay was before the Blazers signed him? There's going to be a percentage of you that are absolute
don't lie.
liars.
Let's be honest with each other.
Liars.
Okay? You thought that they weren't done. They were done indeed. Also, have we seen a tangible benefit from the G League? I mean, I guess it's nice to have a place to send Young Hansen to go play games.
Love was pretty good for him.
Okay.
I don't know how much the G League
was he good because of the G League or just because he shoots
I think
and
it's
he doesn't
Caleb
have
Love and we had no guards.
Right, we needed a player.
I think it was circumstance.
And he'll shoot 20 times
That's
a game.
Great question. If Young
that
plays
was the whole
well this
point
year,
of the,
would we count that as the G League's doing or just Young having more
like
experience?
in the NBA if he plays well? Because the G League, I don't think it's going to do it. If he doesn't play well in the G League, boy, oh boy, do we have some problems on our hands. If he plays well in the NBA, I guess that I'll count that. If he plays well in the NBA and you gave him a year of seasoning down there and he gets to play a lot of minutes. But outside of that, that's the hard part I've always had with it. It's not the same as baseball where you draft your guy in the first round, he starts in AA, you send him to, whatever, you move him up.
Like 2 years to
right,
get him
and
up
you're going to
like,
play him maybe a full year in AAA to get ready for the big. Like that's just not the way basketball works. The majority of those guys will never be impactful NBA players.
Yeah, man. I saw the news Friday. I literally chuckled. I went, yep. Called it. Yeah, called it weeks ago. People were trying to tell me I didn't know what I was talking about. Blazers are going to make a move. Makes no sense.
It doesn't make any sense.
And I was told Tom Dundon is the one that made the Ja Morant thing happen. So is Tom Dundon signing all the guards?
Yes, this was Tom Dundon's call. Anything bad, Dundon? Anything good, Cronin?
Well, I don't know. I felt like it was Mike Schmitz.
Oh, Schmidt. We gave Schmitz the credit for the good
ones? Every time we would bring a player in the Schmitz era,
Danny
what would people do?
Schmitz loved him.
We was picked 8th in the draft. I loved that was some huge find by Mike Schmitz, as if 20 other teams didn't also like Denny Avdia.
I just love that we can now officially flip the page. You ready to flip the page with me? Just wait till the deadline. They're going to do something at the deadline. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's
no need to do it. Let's wait and see how it all shakes out. Let's see how our 74 guards play at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
5-guard lineup will revolutionize the NBA. And we
He'll
got
cook at the deadline.
We got assets at the deadline.
And then when the deadline passes, and all we did was make
what's the point of doing a move now? We got to do it in the offseason.
You have to wait for the summer. That's when all this gets settled.
We can't do it now.
No way.
It's the deadline. Nobody's making big moves at the deadline.
I got to see what the aprons look like.
All the business happens around the draft, you moron. Wait.
What are you rushing me for?
Wait till July.
We don't have full brains.
I think we'll be back in about 90 seconds.
Wind-up clock like we're not going to be back at 6:59.
Not of you, lot of me.
We have a lot to get to in the third hour of the radio program. I didn't get to my football thing there. John Tanjay interrupted the show.
Tanjay will get in the way of a good time.
But NFC West is fascinating.
Niners might not have a coach right now.
I love that he got... Is that car accident by the substation, by the way? Somebody look that up. Seahawks open camp, Niners open camp, and we've got a new Ram saying, bring it on, champs. So NFC, maybe we have an NFC West conversation, get some audio we can play. A lot to get to in the third and fourth hour. Dirt and Sprague 105.1 The Fan.
It's time for Who's Stinking It Up.
Do not go in there.
A sports lowlight, ripped from the headlines.
We couldn't do diddly poo.
Brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services. Schedule your appointment online at threemountainshomservices.com.
In the air to right field. This is struck well. It's back. It's gone! Jackson Merrill homers, his 15th of the year. Padres take a 4-3 lead.
Don Orsillo, Padres TV on the call. Jackson Merrill, go-ahead home run. How about the Marlins? Woof! 12th straight loss. Longest losing streak in franchise history.
They went from being a fun little story to
see you later.
10.5 games out of first place.
Thank God. Get out of here.
You guys are still holding on to first place. You haven't blown your lead yet. You're going to be fine. You're panic. Get out of here.
I'll always be a little panic. I'm a Braves fan. Who's stinking it up? The Marlins, brought to you by Three Mountains Home Services, who want to make sure that AC is working smoothly. They have a tune-up special for just $89. Three Mountains certified techs ready to help you beat the heat. Book your appointment today. 3mountainshomeservices.com.
Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, all 32 NFL training camps will be open by the end of the day. As far as players or coaches, who's there, who's not, the biggest concern is in San Francisco, where head coach Kyle Shanahan was in a car accident last week. It was revealed over the weekend he suffered a concussion amongst some other injuries. He will be limited as to his appearances at the start of training camp. Portland Timbers could not have asked for a better storybook finish to Felipe Mora's run with the team. He scored both goals in Portland's 2-1 victory over Real Salt Lake Saturday night. He will now go to Liga MX to finish his career. 21-year-old Jackson Koivu holding off a charge from Scotty Scheffler to get his first PGA Tour win in just his 13th start. He claimed the 3M Open by 3 shots setting a tournament scoring record at 25 under par. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the Fan.
Hey, welcome back in. Hour number 3. Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube.
God bless the beaver.
Got a lot to get to here in the next 2 hours of the radio program. It's been a delightful little Monday, halfway down, halfway to go. I got a whole bunch of college football stuff in my notes. I randomly have a college basketball thing in my notes.
What?
Would you want to buy this?
I thought about this. If I was super rich and I couldn't afford the NBA team, would I do this? And I think I would.
It's a great I think it's a great selling point.
But also, that's so much money to just spend on a vanity project.
It is. Well, this was, I remember I brought up last week, the NIL numbers for Washington came out from Montlake Futures, and they spent $44 million last year on NIL to players.
Yeah.
Now, you can imagine 97% of that went to football, 2.5% of it went to men's basketball,
the rest was
and then
doled
a half
out.
a percentage doled out around the rest of your teams. And it's just that tough thought of like, that's a lot of money. It's not as much as many are spending when you combine the contributions throughout the rest of college athletics. But if you're one of those people who stroke like a $6 million check, at what point is there very stern questions of what am I getting out of this? If you're not seeing success for it. And that's a difficult part that we're in. Of like, I just wrote you a $5 million check. Our football team went 7-5.
Yeah.
Or what did they go, 8-4 last year? And that's ultimately, if you're writing NIL contributions, I imagine that's what you care about most. Or, hey, I wrote a check to the basketball program to get this Utah State transfer, and we couldn't even make the tournament. So why am I buying these? What am I paying these players for if we're not getting the money out of it? So there was a story in college basketball we'll get to at some point. Let's go to the NFL, though, shall we? You mentioned the NFC West, and I do want to talk about the NFC West.
All right, it's going to be, going in, it's the best division in the sport. You got the defending champions,
Yes.
You've got the all-in Rams, and
the favorite.
The Niners are like one of those wild card divisional teams that annoys you, but on paper doesn't appear that they're going to be one of those true contenders.
Probably not, but they won a playoff game last year in Philadelphia, which that's got to hurt if you're an Eagles fan. Before we do that, though, I have 2 bits of business in the NFL to take care of, including this. We know opening night of the NFL season, it will be the Seattle Seahawks raising their banner for winning their Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And then it gets announced, they're going to play the Bears. No, they're not going to play the Bears. They're going to play the New England Patriots, a rematch of the Super Bowl. One of the coaches involved in that, I'm not sure if you're aware of this.
What's the line? I'm hammering Seahawks.
Oh, let me find the line for you. You want an early NFL line?
Hammering's a bit aggressive. It's week 1. You're going to get some slow rust factor here.
I got you, dog.
But did the Patriots...
3.5.
Oh, Seahawks.
Hammer it. Early hammer. Do I have a July hammer?
Are we spraying the line?
Are we locking it in now?
I might lock in a spraying line pick.
Could go up if they get some of the defensive guys back.
Which way do you think that line goes? Stay?
I think it'll go in favor of Seattle.
Oh, it goes to 4.
I think it'll go higher than that, yeah. If they get some of the defensive guys back, because you're not quite sure who all is going to be in the lineup at that point.
According to you, it was all luck last year. Patriots not going to even be sniffing the playoffs this year.
You know my stance. Not a playoff team this year. They're gonna tumble. And one of the reasons is their head coach has had a bit of an interesting offseason. Been in the news a time or two. For things
a reporter
away from the football field.
Yeah.
How about this? Do we give credit? Do we laugh at? Are we proud of what he pulled on Friday?
I'm going to do my best here with BB. Okay, so welcome everybody. It's good to see you guys. Something that we did last year, obviously the first day of training camp was the Patriots program that Dana Kraft implemented last year and was really successful. Did a lot of really good work, not only for these dogs, but for the families that adopted them. So I think we've almost got 60 dogs this year. And so if anybody's looking to add to their roster at home, we would love for you to be able to adopt these dogs tomorrow. I think some of them are already spoken for. Me and BB are making quick friends here. German Shepherd mix, so been working with her all year. She's going to try to protect me if anybody gets out of control. So we're going to let her roam around. We'll see how she does on this podium here. She's nervous.
He walked to the podium at the opening day of training camp with a puppy in his arms.
Yes, he did. I'm going to diffuse these Rossini questions immediately.
You want to ask me questions about cheating on my wife and betraying my family?
A decades-long romance?
Going to Sedona at a couples retreat and then lying about it to everybody involved? So, how about I come to the podium with a puppy? Do we applaud the effort here? Or are we this more of the same from Mike Vrabel?
It's look, is there effort? Obviously, the effort is don't ask me. Did they ask him? Or did he legitimately stun them so much that they were like, how'd practice go?
That's a great question. I did not see the entire press conference. I'm not sure if somebody was like, hey, Mike, can you put the puppy down for a second? So why'd you cheat on your wife with an NFL reporter?
He still hasn't admitted it.
They will not admit it.
He says, I've disappointed my family.
What'd you do to disappoint your family, Mike?
But to my knowledge, on the actual Rossini stuff, he claims they were just there at the same time, and their friends are friends and all that stuff.
Just happened to run into her at a couple.
Was she pregnant loading up a boat in Tennessee a couple years back, and he went with her, and it was just them two?
Oh, you needed a hand. I happen to be on the same dock. We're walking here. You're pregnant. You can't lift this boat on your own. Let me help you, Diana.
Let me help you and little Michael. This has been moved on. This is crazy to me that some people in society, they're just getting away with it. Nothing has happened to this guy.
Nope.
Diana Rossini might be out of the media landscape forever. We all thought Barstool will hire her. I don't know, dude. Sounds like
she's not
nobody wants to do anything with her.
Yeah, I think people would hire her. She just has not had.
What would you hire her for?
Barstool would definitely
hire her. What would they hire her for?
Just to be a podcast host. I don't know what, but Barstool.
If she's not reporting any newsworthy stuff,
they just hired Jay Gruden.
Yeah, well, there's at least a tie there. His brother works for them.
They're going to do a football show together.
Exactly. Gruden on Gruden.
Gruden on Gruden.
Gruden on Gruden. Who's more racist? Let's find out, all right? Hey, guy. But, if she's not reporting news, what is the show?
I don't know. I don't know what any of their shows are, to be honest with you.
That's fine, but my whole point is, merely, even if she comes back to report stuff, what is everybody going to say?
She will never be an NFL insider again. She can't. That will never happen.
This is my point.
Never.
So, her consequence from this, and she, all of it is karma.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, goodbye to your career. And she made a ton of money. It sounds like her husband does really well. They're still married. They financially might not be hurting.
Right.
Mike Vrabel, his punishment is what? Buying a sweatshirt at Utah?
Missing day 3 of the NFL draft?
The day 3 NFL draft? He brought a puppy to the podium.
I lost a 4th-round pick here.
And we're just going to move on. No big deal. It's just, I don't know. It's just
I saw that on Friday and I laughed
ridiculous.
out loud.
I saw the video too.
Oh my God. He's showing up with a puppy to the press conference. That is a veteran
He
move.
could have only topped this by walking out with a Make-A-Wish kid. This is Jacob. He's wanted to do a press conference his entire life.
I'm surprised he didn't do that.
He's got stage 3 bone cancer.
Nobody ask any tough questions, okay?
Let's
it's Make-A-Wish situation
Jacob.
here, okay?
He grabs Jacob by the shoulders, and Jacob now is directly in front of him.
You stand
and
right
he stares at every reporter like, I dare you to ask that question
Go
now.
ahead.
And nobody in that crowd's going to go, hey, Jacob, this one's actually for Mike. Mike,
Hey,
why
Mike.
were you snooping Rossini
Why'd you betray your family, Mike?
on a boat when she was super pregnant? I'd love your answer on that, thanks.
One other bit of news in the NFL. Do we like or not like? Have we had a chance to glimpse the new Buffalo Bill uniforms? They came out with a new alternate this morning. They are called the Nickel City uniforms. And if you're wondering, they're blue, right? No, they're not blue. They are indeed gray, in a kind of dark charcoal kind of gray. And it's got blue numbers, and I don't know what's going on with the helmet. They're calling it the Charge helmet. It's not the normal Buffalo on the side.
It looks terrible.
It's kind of a horn that loops around the back. I don't really know what's going on.
It's a charcoal gray almost.
Yeah.
Buffalo is nicknamed Nickel City?
I guess that's the name of the,
Do we mine nickel in... What?
That's actually a good point of why we would call it that.
Let me Google it. Why is Buffalo considered the Nickel City?
Are we minting nickels in Buffalo?
Was the first chicken wing 5 cents?
Oh, the Buffalo nickel? Was it a Buffalo nickel?
Buffalo is called the Nickel City because the United States Indian head nickel, produced from 1913 to 1938,
Have you
and
seen
widely
the nickel?
known as the Buffalo nickel, features a bison on it.
I've seen it.
Okay.
My dad owns some of them.
Yeah.
I
mom
had to
collector.
talk that one out loud there
Yeah.
for a minute to figure out why.
That still doesn't make a lot of sense to me, but I guess you want to lean into it. They're
Can
calling
you pay
him,
homage with like a better uniform though? Like,
yeah, this is ugly.
I love all the things that these people, these cities like are dedicating, right?
Yeah.
Like when we did the Oregon jersey for the Portland Trailblazers or City Connect.
Oh, yeah.
Right, like
I thought you were talking about for a brief moment our Oregon State of the Oregon jerseys that they wore
no,
against Washington.
like can you like shout out the tribes with not an entirely brown uniform?
There's a better way to do it than that, than
That's
having
all
an
I'm
ugly
saying.
jersey that nobody wants to wear.
Yeah.
Can I also?
Guess what's getting panned today?
It's getting killed. I will also send all the ammunition you want. I hate when my team in big games wears gray or silver. There's nothing that bothers me more. It's not a school color.
You guys are very notorious.
They
for that,
love
actually.
getting into
You
their
love to
biggest
do that.
moments and then wearing all silver like you're a superhero and like, can we just a hint of green, a hint of yellow? How about that? We got great school colors. Gray jerseys need to be outlawed. They need to be banned. There's no point in that. If you want to wear gray
What, a
pants,
Yankee road jersey.
all baseball road jerseys are gray. This isn't a baseball thing. That's allowable because they've always done it. Almost every team has road
So
grays.
this is just what sports?
Football in particular. Basketball is whatever. Football jerseys.
Well, who has a gray?
I don't know. I don't know off the top of my head.
Like an away road jersey.
Gray and silver should be banned in football. It should be banned.
What about the Raiders?
Again, pants are okay. All gray, top to bottom.
If the Raiders went all gray, you'd have a problem
It'd
with
be
that.
disgusting.
Don't the Lions
Their
have
colors are disgusting?
They do.
Don't the Lions have a gray?
They have an all gray. They're
Yeah.
disgusting. They're gross.
What's worse, the all yellow Charger or the all gray Raider? I don't even know if the Raiders have ever done all gray, but like if they did
They
it,
probably
I
have.
wouldn't bat an eye at it. They're the Raiders.
The pants are silver.
It's the Raiders is silver.
Get your colors right, okay?
It's the
Are you
silver
really
and
doing
black.
this? Really?
Silver and black. The autumn wind is a pirate. Tumbling along.
If I don't see a reflection,
The
it's
other
gray.
team's quarterback must go down. He must go down hard.
The Charger all yellow one.
The
was
Charger
pretty
all yellow
awful.
one's gross. The Rams all yellow one is gross.
Yeah.
I don't know what the push is for all yellow
Do you
and
remember
a bad
the Bills
shade of yellow.
all red one?
I do. I'd
The-
rather have the Bills all red one than their gray ones.
Was that the ketchup mustard game?
Yeah, it was one.
Or
of
was
them.
it? Is
Ooh,
it?
was that the ketchup mustard game? It might have been.
I remember they had an all red, and there was like somebody that was colorblind. It was like I literally can't tell the difference
Yeah,
because
it was,
these two colors
It
specifically.
was mustard yellow or something.
I can't remember who it was. Was it the Jets? Was it a Christmas theme?
No.
Remember that game?
You remember the game I'm talking
I remember
about?
that, and that becoming a big thing of colorblind people don't know who has the ball. They're
they
just
couldn't see those
confused.
colors?
It's the same color, man. It's gray on gray. Help me out here.
I just think all of one color is pretty terrible.
Yes, it's very hard to do all of one. Like the blackout jerseys are always. I'll allow that. Like black being a color you thrown in as a football team to have an all black. Like I'm fine with that. The Niners,
the all white jerseys
all
can
whites.
be good.
I'll allow it.
The Bengal ice whites.
Yes, the ice whites
Yep.
are great. Now you didn't like them, but I like the Niners have their all black alternates that they wear. Like it's for one game, dude. Whatever, dude. You got an all black. I'm fine with that. Gray, it just is. It's like the vanilla of colors.
Wouldn't that be white?
What are we doing here?
Wouldn't white be the vanilla of colors?
But white is at least understandable. Okay, it's your road whites. You got to wear your road whites. Okay, I get it. Silvers and grays, get them out of here. Get
so
them out.
white okay.
White okay. Gray not okay.
Okay.
Salt and pepper not allowed. End of rant.
I'm not mad at the rant because there's a lot of other awful uniforms in the National Football League.
I just think you'll have a hard time finding. Somebody texted in or mentioned the Spurs all grays in
Spurs is a good
basketball.
one. That's
the
a good
Spurs
one.
have
Did you
all
like
grays.
the all pewters from the Bucks?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I got no issue with it.
Well, why? That's in the shade of the gray
Different
family.
I got to go back and look at
Pewter
it.
than gray.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Let me go look at the jerseys, okay?
If it was a crayon box, it'd be near the gray.
Yeah, no, I'm out on the all pewters. Out on the all pewters.
I don't think you knew what you were talking about.
I don't know what color pewter is. I've never heard of the color pewter before, and then you said it, and I thought that's probably a color that's not silver or gray, but we just came up with a different word for the same
So what's
crappy
your stance
color.
on the Spurs?
They're ugly. If the Spurs show up in their all black uniform,
Colors are
okay,
gray and black.
Let me throw this at you.
Yeah.
Power rank the Spurs jerseys for me. Go ahead. Go ahead. Which one's in last place?
I'm gonna go number one is the kind of the cursive script San Antonio Fiestas.
Without a doubt, number one.
Delightful. Just
Not even close.
great. All those are black.
It's not even close.
The all white
Oh, okay. What's third?
with the black font and
Yep.
a little bit of silver lining.
Yep. Third, they're all black jerseys. Funny how you got there. What's in last place? Oh, that's right. The silver jerseys, because they're ugly.
Well, they're not better than the
They're
other
ugly.
ones.
Don't defend. You don't need to defend gray jerseys. It's okay.
What if we
Get
came
your
out with all
pewter nuns?
silver?
I would hate them.
All gray.
I would hate them, and we would all hate them.
Remember
we don't
our,
like our all red uniforms. We're not going to like all gray
we
uniforms.
Don't? I love the all red.
I don't have any issue with it. People think they look like Cincinnati. I don't know.
Cincinnati. Oh, the
Bearcats.
Reds?
Yeah. No,
the
Bearcats.
Bearcats?
Yeah, the Bearcats. Yeah.
I like the all red blazer uniform.
You know what I say to the guy who designed these in Buffalo?
You're going to get fired.
You should get fired. What do we?
Are they doing a standard helmet with this?
The Bills?
This is what looks weird to me. It's one thing to do an offshoot different jersey. Like when the Niners did black, they don't look that bad, but I'm not a big fan of them.
Sure.
They at least did a black helmet. It looks odd when you do the one-off all jersey color
You
with
want the
the
helmet to
standard
match?
helmet. Like when the Rams, when the Chargers do the all yellow, but
want a
still
yellow
wear the
helmet?
baby blue and white helmet, I'm like, what are you doing?
You want an all yellow helmet?
I mean, you're already there.
You might as well go all yellow at that point.
If you're making a banana split and you put a little bit of whipped cream on the topping in the 3 scoops, are you not putting a cherry on? You're just going to stop there?
Another gross
What kind of madness
one.
is this?
Somebody's texting in, and the answer is absolutely not. The Seahawks grays are disgusting.
Yeah, I mean,
you know that they're gross.
Very fair poll.
Yeah, I'd take the
Thank you.
the limesicle jerseys over the gray.
I would too, and those are ugly as well. I'd take
saying
their
something.
knockoff Oregon Temu jerseys from last year that they wore with feathers on the shoulders.
They won that game, by
They
the
won
way.
that game, so wear them. Those are better. Even Seahawk fan, you have to admit you're not excited when you see the all grays.
Well, you can gauge it this way. This is the best way you can gauge jerseys. Which jersey of the team do you see in the crowd? I don't know if I've ever seen the all-gray Seahawk jersey.
No, they don't exist.
You see the old school ones.
Yes, those are
those Steve Largent
phenomenal.
throwbacks.
You
are
might get
outstanding.
gray
Hasselbeck.
pants. Okay, gray pants with the old school jersey, totally
A
fine.
Hasselbeck with an Alexander. You might see that version, and then you see a lot of Russ Wilson. You see the white Sherman. Like, you see more of the JSN. Like, you see the more modern version. You don't see an all-gray Seahawk uniform in that crowd.
No, nobody's wearing that. Nobody wants it.
So why do we do gray?
I don't know. This is the large part of the rant. Nobody's asking for gray jerseys. Nobody wants them. My team is so known for this, and I yell at the television every time they wear silver.
Do you like the all-blue
You're
Bills?
not the Oregon Raiders.
What about the all-blue Bills?
I'd be okay with all blue Bills. I like when they go all blue from time to time. It's a team color. What a novel concept. In the NFC West, it's probably the least notable of all of them, but Jacoby Brissett got his rework deal done. Hello, Cardinals. You got your starting quarterback
He's
in
make
place.
$15.5 million for the year. He'll be 1 year starter. We know this is over after this year, and then he can get up to 21.5 with incentives.
Makes sense.
Which for them might be like you won more than 3 games. Good job. Here's $5
Do
million.
they win a division game?
Yes, they'll get somebody.
They'll sneak. They might
they'll
get my
go
team.
1-5.
Yeah,
in division.
I don't know about 1-5. I think they get a division game though. I don't know how many they win. Maybe they're sneaky good.
They
this
only
year.
get 6.
I know, but I don't know how good they're going to be.
Do you see?
They have a sneaky great wide receiver tandem.
How many
Marvin
divisional?
Harrison and Michael Wilson are pretty good players.
They went 3-14 last year. Did they win the NFC West game? By the way, started 2-0.
I remember they almost beat my team. My team had to come back.
They eliminated me from the survivor pool against the Tennessee Titans when they fumbled. Remember when they fumbled the interception?
Hold on, let's play this
For a
game.
touch, was it a touchback or a safety? They got a pick against Cam
Yeah.
Ward and then fumbled it somehow back into the end zone, and it went to the Titans.
They didn't beat the Seahawks.
No.
They didn't beat.
Did they get the Rams? I'm trying to
Rams are
remember.
good though. They were like 14-3.
They were really good.
only
All
lost
3 of them were really good.
And the Rams lost 1 to the Niners. 1. Oh no, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Because they lost the
So
Eagle
it
game.
would have been the
Niners.
Niners.
Seahawks.
So it would have been the Niners.
They didn't.
Then they did not win a division
They
game.
did not win an NFC West game. Their 3 wins were New Orleans on the road in Week 1. How do you feel about that, Saints fans? They went into your house and beat them.
I tell you what, I'm buying today.
I didn't mean for this to become a Cardinal point, but it is kind
A
of funny.
Brissett jersey?
They beat the Panthers, and then they beat the. Remember they beat the Cowboys on Monday Night Football in Dallas.
I don't remember that game at all.
I do remember that game because it was like, oh my God, the Cowboys are losing. They were down 17-0 in the second quarter.
was last year?
That was last year on Monday Night
2
Football.
years ago.
Dak Prescott indeed played in the game, and they lost by 10 at home to the Arizona Cardinals.
I'm buying an Athlon magazine after the show.
Oh, look at you!
I'm diving in. Dude.
Get your
I mean,
reading
I'm
done.
So jacked.
Let's learn about our
The
rosters.
depth charts, the studying up, the
It's
reminders of what happened last year, like we
That's
just
right.
did.
They beat that team. I forgot
Well,
about that.
So one funny note out of that, he got signed and he was asked, he had his first day of camp. They got a new system and everything. And they're like, so you memorized most of the playbook? He goes, oh, hell no. It was so confusing. There was so much going on. I just don't know how their brains work to like memorize all that stuff.
Their fans immediately. Do you know who their offensive coordinator is? Do you know that answer off the top of your head?
For the Cardinals?
For the Cardinals.
Well, they hired a LaFleur.
It's a known name. When you hear it, you're going to be like, oh.
Like, oh, in a good way or a bad
way? Think about offensive minds in the last 5 years, 10 years in the NFL who have not done much with their opportunities. No?
Chan Gailey.
Chan Gailey. It is Nathaniel Hackett is their offensive coordinator, the Aaron Rodgers whisperer himself.
Oh, man.
He had a press conference moment go viral where he was asked about the running back room. Now, we all remember 3-14, their number one pick was Jeremiah Love, stud running back out of Notre Dame. Let's rebuild the offense. And somebody asked him at a press conference about the running back room, which the focal point should be who? Jeremiah Love, your top 5 pick. And he talked about every other running back in the room. And then the guy had to ask a follow-up like, what about Jeremiah Love? And he said, oh, he's definitely a rookie. And that was it. And Cardinal fans are now calling for him to get fired.
I'm just being honest.
Before they even coach.
If this is Shanahan Lynch era ends and the Niners move on and they bring in Nate Hackett to be my OC, punt. We'll see you next year when he's fired.
Bye-bye. Talk to you next season.
If you're a player, are you calling your agent at that point? Is
he calling the plays or is LaFleur?
I'd assume LaFleur is, and he's a head coach or an offensive coordinator in name only. But I don't know the answer to that.
Has anybody done a worse job? And he keeps getting jobs.
Him and Arthur Smith.
Good hang.
Him and Arthur Smith somehow keep failing upwards.
Arthur Smith had to go to college, though. He was done in the NFL. Nate Hackett is still an OC?
Yes.
He must be a great hang. Nate Hackett, I think, brings donuts in, buys your beer. He's got to be a great wingman if your coach is single at a bar. Like, how else do you explain this?
I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Go watch the reaction when he says it, and he's like, oh, yeah, Jeremiah Love. Yeah, he's a rookie. That's all we're going to get. Top 5 pick. We're going to build our offense around this cat.
That's
the last top 5 pick in offense we had was Harrison Jr., and he's been nothing but a disappointment 2 years into his career. Can we get this one right at some point? Cardinals go to Cardinal. More NFC West conversation and NFL conversation on the other side. We'll dive into college football a little bit later on in the hour. Back after this on The Fan.
George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, by the end of the day, all 32 NFL training camps will be open for business as the first preseason game is next Thursday. Bigger concerns in San Francisco. 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan will be limited in his appearances, how much work he's going to be doing. It was revealed over the weekend he suffered a concussion and other minor injuries in a car accident. Following LeBron James announcing he joined the Sixers to start the weekend, it was reported that Kentavious Caldwell-Pope has agreed to a buyout of his contract with Memphis Grizzlies, and he's expected to sign a one-year deal to join Philadelphia. Portland Timbers paid a fond farewell to Felipe Mora over the weekend. His final game with the franchise resulted in his final 2 goals of his career. He finishes with 48 total, giving the Timbers a 2-1 victory over Real Salt Lake. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Hey, Daddy Dirt.
Hey, welcome back in. It is 8:27. Back quick and early, ready to go.
I
like it.
I love when people are great and they notice things, and sometimes we do and say stuff, and it's like, oh, why would you do and say that? Look at you. And a great point. Dirt is literally angsting on the radio about teams wearing gray uniforms while wearing a gray T-shirt.
I thought this was a shade of green.
What?
Yeah, I think this is a shade of green.
That's gray.
This is green.
That is gray.
Green or gray, Swag? Green or gray?
I'm not playing this color
Play
game.
the green or gray game.
We
all
gray.
know your accountability with colors is bad. You're 0 for 1 all time on the color bracket.
From in here, that looks gray to me.
All right. Come take a look at it in the sunlight. Let me know what you think about that.
All right.
I'm looking in the studio. That's gray, brother.
But
if that's green, I'm colorblind.
That looks gray.
Let the record state, if that's green, I am colorblind.
Didn't we already discover that?
That looks just like the Bills' jersey color.
You think this looks like the Bill jersey color?
Maybe out in daylight, you might get me to, that might be a dark shade of sage.
I got no beef with gray T-shirts. That's not the point of the segment.
Oh, it's just
Don't be moving the goalposts on me here.
It's just ironic how much you're hammering gray while potentially wearing gray.
It's mainly an existential crisis over my team losing big games wearing all gray uniforms. A lot of pain. A lot of pain with gray.
What is that, by the way?
I don't know.
Anybody down there been able to say why?
Nike is some of the smartest marketing minds on the planet. They've done an incredible job of giving Oregon uniforms that look awesome, that kids want to wear, that makes them their dream school. All of it has been great. And then you wear gray in your biggest game, and you lose.
And it's like not just Lanning.
Like it's every generation of Oregon.
Every single run.
Last year, if I remember correctly, their first big game of the year, I think, was the Penn State game. And well, I know that was the first, but if I remember correctly, for the Penn, didn't they wear all gray in the Penn State game? And it was like, God, here we go.
Was it the white with the gray?
I think it was the white with the gray,
with a little
like,
outline
dude, can
green.
You wear a yellow helmet and yellow pants?
You want the yellow, huh?
Yes, it's a school color.
When they do the silver helmet, little green outline, and white and gray. That's better than all yellow. You want all yellow?
I want all yellow, baby. Give me all yellow. We're not the Raiders, all right? Talking about all yellow, one of the teams wearing all yellow jerseys this year is the Rams. And they have showed up to training camp with Myles Garrett, their newest addition. By the way, a hilarious anecdote from John Lynch about Kyle Shanahan, where he said he was giving him a talk about, it was a John Wooden quote about, don't worry about what they're doing, let them worry about what we're doing, something along those lines. And at the moment he's reading this quote and trying to do an inspirational thing to Kyle Shanahan, they get the news alert that Myles Garrett got traded to the Rams, and Shanahan turned to Lynch and said, bleep John Wooden, like take your John Wooden quote and shove it. Now I got to deal with Myles Garrett coming after Brock Purdy.
I'd feel the same way if I was Shanahan.
Like, why don't you go get me Myles Garrett, huh? How about that? That would have helped me. But he had a quote after the opening couple of days of training camp saying definitely lived up to the expectations. And their head coach has openly talked about, that is Sean McVay, the idea of Aaron Donald, who has been working out occasionally with the team at the facility, potentially coming back, and that disaster class of a defensive line might be coming to the NFC West anytime now.
Yeah, I think if you're a fan of any of the teams or any other team in the NFL, you should mentally be expecting Aaron Donald to show up and wreck you a couple weeks during the season to ramp up for the playoffs. I mean, there's no team facing more pressure this year.
No.
Now, I don't think that team, pressure's not going to break that team because they're so good. They were 5 yards away from potentially winning the Super Bowl last year, right? That was a great game in Seattle. And I saw Myles Garrett's quote of like, yeah, I want Seattle. Like, he's already foaming at the mouth to take on the Seahawks and to sack Sam Darnold. So I just, the NFC West was already the most interesting division, I thought, in the sport.
It was the best in the league last year.
Your top three teams being as good as they were, with one winning the Super Bowl. You add Myles Garrett to that equation. I don't know how you have any other opinion. There might be a division that rises up and is better once the games get going. But for me, I don't even know what second place would be of best division. Probably the AFC West on
I would
paper.
probably go on paper AFC West.
Chiefs, Denver, and
there's
the
trust.
Chargers.
Like the Raiders are the Cardinals of that division, but everybody else feels like a bit of a contender.
No doubt.
And the Chiefs weren't in the playoffs, but they're still the Chiefs. The Chargers and the Broncos were both in the playoffs last year.
The third one to me is probably the AFC South, because you've got the Texans, you've got the Colts, and you've got the Jaguars.
Over the NFC North?
Good point.
I think I take NFC North.
You're right. I take the NFC North. You're
And
right. 'Cause
then
all four
probably-
of those teams. You're right. I'll take that back.
I think last place was Detroit last year at 9-8.
Yeah.
You still have Tennessee. Now maybe Tennessee turns it around with Saleh and the new staff there, and Dayball being the OC, so they could
you're right.
become
Top
more
to
relevant.
bottom, the North is kind of the one, unless the Bengals get hurt again, that you look at on paper and say all four of those are playoff teams.
Yeah, the AFC North just has the Browns sticking their head out like, hey, don't forget about us. We're pretty irrelevant.
They were also, the Steelers won it by default. That was
They
not
did.
a good division by record.
I feel like that's been the case for the AFC North, where on paper it seems like a good division, and then you get halfway through the year and you're like, first place is a game above 500.
Yeah. Well, the Ravens were choking games away. The Steelers were very meh, and the Bengals were just beat to hell.
Burrow hasn't been able to stay
and the
healthy.
Browns are the Browns.
Elsewhere in the NFC North, Witherspoon and Seattle are working towards a contract extension. Mike McDonald was asked about that at their opening press conference opening a training camp, saying that he likes where they're at on a contract extension conversation. The initial offer was made about 4 months ago, so that's, I think, what people are having a little consternation over of like what's taken so long.
Mm-hmm.
But he likes where they're at. And then Eamon Worry, who we talked about going on the PUP list, was that last week, 2 weeks ago? I can't remember. They said he's not
last week.
Yeah, last week. Not going to be sidelined long term. He did have a little bit of ankle surgery. They're still hopeful he's able and ready to go for the opener, and they expect him back by then.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, you just never quite know exactly how things are going to go. And last but not least, in Seattle, Zach Charbonnet, who is obviously coming off the injury at the end of last year as well, his status and timetable is not quite as concrete as Eamon Worry's, and they're not quite sure. McDonald said he's doing a phenomenal job. He's attacked the heck out of the offseason, yada, yada, yada. We're just not quite sure when he's going to be able to go, and they're going to need him to have a good year considering he lost Super Bowl MVP Kenneth Walker to the Chiefs.
Yeah, they showed a clip yesterday at their camp, and it was Darnold throwing a little bit of a deep out route to Cooper Kupp, who made a sick one-handed catch. Brady Henderson, who will probably get on in the next couple weeks as camps continue to ramp up.
Dude, did you remember that they were the Hard Knocks team?
Yeah.
Okay, I totally forgot
about that. Yeah, they asked
about
McDonald about it, and he was like, yeah, I'm totally cool with it.
They changed the rules where it didn't. Yeah, they used to be like you had to have not made the playoffs and first-time head coach and all this stuff. They changed the rules. It'll be compelling to see what goes on internally there.
I think the NFL won trying to get people reinvested in Hard Knocks because I think clearly the interest has waned.
Without a doubt.
I also think they look at it and they go, we're just doing the non-playoff teams every year, and then you look and you go, God, he's good. Oh, they good. Oh, they're good.
Yeah.
It's like, let's get the interesting ones on television. Brady was talking about the position most concerned as they start camp.
The one that comes to mind is running back. And, they obviously let Ken Walker III leave in free agency, and they drafted Jadarian Price at number 32 overall. And, I wouldn't view Price as someone who's going to come in and all of a sudden, be the clear-cut number one who's going to get the ball 20, 25 times a game. I don't think that's the plan at all. I think sort of like last season when it was Walker and Zach Charbonnet, this is going to be a committee, a little different committee, because not only is Walker gone, but Charbonnet is on PUP, recovering from that February ACL surgery. It's going to be Price. It's also going to be George Halani, who is a young returning player that they're really excited about. and then they signed more of a power runner in free agency in Emmanuel Wilson, and then they'll get Charbonnet back at some point. I think that the question there is not only how is that work going to be divvied up, but can Price give them some of the explosiveness that Ken Walker III gave them?
I mean, they're looking for some help at the running back room, there's no doubt, and that was a big part of their offense last year, and so you're leaning on a rookie. We've seen NFL backs come in and be able to be contributors right away. They just need to stay healthy at that position, I think, considering Charbonnet, you're not quite sure when he's going to be back for this upcoming year. But the anticipation is there, man. Seahawks campus open up, and now we find out when some guys will be back and available. Charbonnet, by the way, 730 yards last year. Kenneth Walker, just over 1,000. So they combined for nearly 1,800 yards.
Yeah, I don't know where that's at for Seahawks fan in terms of panic level. You obviously want your running game to be pretty good, but do you trust the coaching staff and the organization? I would argue you do, and you should, to get Charbonnet back and be okay in the meantime. I think what's just interesting here is like the reality of that league, because we've had some multiple, multi-winners. We had the Chiefs going for the three-peat not long ago. The Eagles were in a couple Super Bowls in a year's time. The Niners made a couple appearances. Like, you've had some repeat teams either win or get there. I just like, if you're betting a team to win a Super Bowl, for me, I have to really consider if Seattle's even in my top 7. And that's not a talent problem. That's just a reality of the league. Like, I'd feel this way. If my team, I'd go in optimistic if they had won. But if we're being honest about it, you're not going in thinking, like, repeat. Not in this NFL.
Yeah, the Chiefs bucked that trend and finally did it, and they're damn near won 3 in a row. But the difference there being, and again, maybe this is offensive and not fair to the quarterback because he was good down the stretch for them last year. There's a belief when you have a guy of that level of, like, you're going to be in the mix every year. You have Patrick Mahomes at quarterback. You're going to have a puncher's chance in every game that you play. And again, Sam Darnold just won a Super Bowl, so this is probably offensive and not fair to him because he was dynamite in the NFC title game when they needed him to be. But I think that's part of the problem of what are the chances everything aligns, the health aligns, the right plays and the right moments align when you don't have a quarterback that's in the Patrick Mahomes conversation. Because as good as Darnold has been over the last 2 years, he's not at that level of quarterback. And so when you're in that stage, you just kind of needed everything else to fall into place, and then he's got to play well in the big games, and that's where I tend to. I don't know about 7th. I'd have to go look at the odds and think about the teams. For a betting
guy, if you're a Seahawk fan, you're probably betting your team to win it.
Oh,
and
without
I would
a
totally
doubt,
understand why. But if a non-Seahawk fan is making a bet,
right? If I ask you
outside of your own team,
right? Would you bet on the Bills to win it or the Seahawks to win it?
The Bills. This is not the Seahawks don't have the talent. I'm not making that. The argument is just simply like,
it's very difficult to do.
Is Zach Charbonnet picking up a ball that's just on the ground that nobody knows is live, getting the 2-point conversion, and they're hosting the NFC title game?
Right.
I don't think that's going to happen again because I'd never seen that in my life.
And their two-headed monster running back, and this gets to the point of that concern, was very good and until Charbonnet got hurt.
Right.
What was that week? Was it the last week of the season or second?
I thought it was kind of
I thought it was at the very back end of the year, but maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe you're right. Maybe week 13, 14.
So, I mean, you basically have both backs healthy essentially the entire season. Now, they overcame it, and Kenneth Walker ran wild in the Super Bowl, and that's why he was the MVP of the game. And so they showed that they could get away with it. That was just a big part of their offense. It felt like they reestablished the ability to run the football. Mm-hmm. They had balance there. The play action pass killed opponents. And so Charbonnet could be back. Maybe it's Price out of Notre Dame, who they're certainly high on with the first-round pick. That just is a lingering question of what will your run game look like? And will the loss of Kenneth Walker be felt? Will it be a, look at that, he got hurt in week 3, haha, thank God we didn't re-sign him? Time will tell on where you're at running
How
back.
many teams would you put ahead the Seahawks in terms of what you would bet? Like, are you more likely to bet a Seahawk repeat than 26 teams?
To win the Super Bowl or win the Super Bowl?
If you're laying a bet for the Seahawks to repeat as Super Bowl champs, how many teams would you actually, with your own money, bet to win it before you pick them to repeat?
Buffalo.
Okay.
The Rams.
Baltimore. I'm just going division here.
The Rams, certainly, you got to put in there.
I don't know if I'd put Baltimore.
Broncos. I'm just trying to think of odds, too, because Seattle's one of the favorites, so you're not getting good value there.
You're looking at odd value, too.
Yeah, that has to matter here. I would go almost the entire NFC North, to be honest with you, just because I find that to be a fun division.
There. So that 4 would
not saying all of them will be better than Seattle, to your point.
That put you at 7.
This is a gambling point.
That's 7 teams. Yeah, and it is. It's a gambling point. It's not a talent-lacking problem. It's just you play the odds and the math of the NFL, and yes, the Eagles went twice in a 3-year span. Mm-hmm. The Niners went twice in a 4-year span.
Right.
The Chiefs went back-to-back and went to the 3rd straight. I understand all that. you don't think the Patriots are going to make the playoffs.
No, Super Bowl losers usually have a pretty rough go of it the next season. That's kind of what we've seen in the history of the NFL. I also think their schedule just broke completely their way last year, and everything fell in their lap. If you're a Seahawks fan looking for the hope, I don't think
you were looking for hope.
That's not the right phrasing, but it's just like, hey, Philly would be the better example that I would point to, because I don't think Philly has a top 10 quarterback. You know how I feel about Jalen Hurts. It's a very good roster with a good defense that they leaned on Saquon Barkley, and he had a dominant run, and you were able to get back there and find enough offensively. Like, that would be the comp that I would use of thinking that my team could do it, because Philly doesn't have Patrick Mahomes, and they went to back-to-back Super Bowls, and they won one of them.
You're not wrong, but Philly also, and they had one team pop up
or 2 out of 3
for a
years,
season. Philly greatly benefited from a really bad division.
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. It's been down for a while now. There you go, little NFC West talk. I'll just sneak this in quickly. Christian Gonzalez and the Pats are working on an extension that might make him one of the highest-paid corners in NFL history. So that's going on right now in New England. They're playing against Seattle on opening night of the NFL season, so that's in the news in the NFL as well. Do we care about this stat in college football, and where do you want your team to show up on this category? We'll get to that coming up next. 105.1 FM The Fan. couple thoughts here. YouTube listeners are chiming in. The shirt is green.
I saw it on the YouTube video. It's not that color. We're going to ask people after the show if that's green or gray.
Take a vote. What do you think?
This is literally the dress conundrum.
This is a green shirt or a gray shirt?
That's a gray shirt.
Another one.
Swag is like licking his lips. He's like, I can't.
What are you doing over there?
Yeah, it looks way more green on the YouTube than it's gray. That's a gray shirt.
It's olive green.
If that's green to people in the office, I will tell you this. If it's green, I will tell you tomorrow, I am colorblind.
You're colorblind?
I don't
officially?
know colors.
My favorite colorblind story of all time is my good buddy Dave from college. We used to play Call of Duty back in the day, and he'd always shoot at the wrong people in Call of Duty, and we'd say, what are you doing? And he said, I'm shooting. And we're like, we did not understand or realize that he was colorblind until he played Call of Duty online. And there was like, I can't remember if it was your team had like a green icon over their head.
Versus red.
The red was the other guys you're supposed to shoot and kill. And I'm like, why are you shooting? And then dawned on us of like, oh my God.
Did he know he was colorblind?
I don't think that he did. I don't think he ever connected the dots. It was the craziest thing. And we're like, how do you not see that? And he did. He had no idea.
I'm not colorblind, but I would say that if I'm wrong in the office today and people give you the win here and that's green,
the dub,
I would just say there are shades of colors that I guess I just can't.
Yeah, this one's a tough one. Now, I will say, if I remember buying the shirt, I feel like I remember it saying olive green. But I don't remember.
Olive green is a different color in my brain than what I'm looking at right now.
I see why people
But
think
my
it
wife
was
also eats green olives, and that is not the same color.
It's a different color.
It's a different color.
That olive's a little misleading.
Yeah, if that's green, that's like army green or something.
I don't even think it's army green. It legitimately looks like a standard gray T-shirt to me.
You can go watch on YouTube. Let me know what color is my shirt today. As we have a debate about who is or who is not colorblind.
I was looking.
You're gonna get fired
during the break, and I got to ask you this.
Yeah.
There was a concert this weekend in a city not named Portland, Oregon, because our venue sucks.
We had a big one down in Eugene. It was the Zach Bryan concert this weekend at Autzen. Dante Moore was on stage with him.
Did we give tickets to that show?
We did give tickets to that show.
Did you go?
I did not go to that.
That would have been a nice little weekend, but that also would involve you leaving the house and
Gilmore Girls. You know,
Gilmore Girls. Zach
Can
Bryan
you
or
believe
Gilmore
Luke
Girls?
painted the cafe? I'm shocked by this. I'm shocked by this information.
Anderson or what Luke you talking about?
In
Skywalker?
the Gilmore Girls.
Oh, yeah.
What the hell's the matter with you?
Okay.
God.
So there was a big concert going on, and the artist at this concert loves to make it known how much the ladies want him.
Ooh, okay.
So
Chicks dig me.
Usher is on tour with Chris Brown right now, and they're doing a throwback R&B concert.
Don't take your wife to that show.
Well, he pulls a lady out from the crowd, as he does every show.
Always pulls a lady out.
Puts her on a chair.
Yeah, you go see Janet Jackson. It's the reverse, then it's okay. You can go to that show.
Takes the shirt off.
You can gyrate on me.
Super Usher sweaty, super popping with the abs and the muscles.
Just naked on
and
stage.
he just starts grinding on these gals, and he's slow singing them, and all the other girls are in the crowd. This girl in Nashville,
I like it.
If she is married or has a boyfriend,
we got problems.
He needs to lock it down and treat her forever like the queen we already knew she was. Go look at the video. It's the first time ever in Usher's concert-going experience. Brought her up. He's grinding on her. They're on the big screen. And she is utterly disgusted.
Like, what are you doing? You stink. You're sweaty.
Making a weird face.
Your breath probably
He's
stinks.
leaning in. She's kind of leaning away. And it was so bad that he stopped, got off, and then said, she won't be up here. And he waved her off the stage. They took the light off her. And I just thought.
Did he bring another one up? Did he go around
I don't
two?
know. The video stops. He's like, she don't want to be up here. He was all bitter and pissed because finally some girl was like, you're not that hot. And I just thought, if that was ever my wife,
I'd re-propose.
I don't know if you could ever have anything more evident that she truly loves you.
That's right. You're renewing the vows wherever she wants to
That's
go.
up there.
You're buying a new an anniversary band
Let's
for the
play
wedding
this
ring.
game out because I have seen those videos. I know Chris Brown does a similar thing. The Janet Jackson ones, every time I see them, they blow my mind. She's in
Nicki Minaj used to do these.
They're dressed
Cardi
as
B
like
does this.
all leather. I'm Catwoman and I have a whip, and then they tie some guy down to a bed, and she's just jumping on top of him. And I now need to play the game out, knowing your affinity for said musical talent, Janet Jackson. You take the wife to a Janet Jackson concert, and she calls you up on stage. What's the reaction there? What's the vibe like in the room?
You're on the Jumbotron here, bud.
You're the selected candidate.
You're the only
come
one.
on, person sitting in 12B, please come up and be my case study for tonight. Are you going up on stage? Are you getting a side eye? Are you getting yelled at?
No, I'm going up on stage.
And if she's doing the grinding on you while on the Jumbotron, what's the face?
Dude, there's a video
show
of
me the face. On YouTube, show us
me
the face. Come on.
Just
show me your old face.
Jaw dropped, eyes wide open.
Dude, there's one of a younger guy, and he's like almost like he can't control himself. He's like, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening right now.
Because he's into it or because he's grossed out by it?
Absolutely into it. Like everything is in his face. I mean, it is. She's on top. They get into it.
They really give you the full show treatment there. I think when they pull you on stage,
the full frontal.
Yeah, team player, and it's easier to say this than actually act. I think you got to do this move, but you also don't want the artist to hate you because you've been a fan of them your whole life.
Yeah, it's a tough call. Because you play the reverse card, you think about your wife going on stage with Usher. It's not the most entertaining idea to you.
It's a terrifying
idea.
My buddy, one of my best friends took his wife to the Usher Vegas concert, and he sat second row.
I'm not doing
and
that.
I thought,
you got to sit in the 300 level.
Buddy.
You got to sit up top.
I don't think they had a 300 level. It was a small venue. And I'm like, what are you? And he goes, she didn't pick her.
Right. We all have the same thought, and then you go to the show that is the role reversed, and what do you think?
Go look at this video. This girl.
Good for her.
Congratulations to whoever is with this gal.
Good for her.
Or maybe she's into ladies and Usher didn't know. I don't know what it is, but I've never seen somebody so disgusted but Usher Raymond at a concert.
Get me out of here. I have a bit of college football stuff. I'm not going to get to all of it here. How do you react if you find out this information? You guys got a big football season coming up in Corvallis. A lot of questions. Got a new head coach. How's it going to go? And I tell you, or not I tell you, but the coach's wife tells you. You know what he likes to do?
What is something maybe we don't know as seeing head coach Sean Summerall that you would love Gator Nation to know about him?
He loves pedicures.
Oh, really?
That's his favorite extra thing to do. So every 2 weeks in the football season, John loves to get a pedicure. That's just a fun little happy about him.
Is this the team bonding thing that occurs?
We should get the team going. It's good for them, It's a good quality thing. He loves it.
I'm out.
You're out on your head coach if he likes pedicures.
No.
Hold on. This just in.
Rex Ryan being added as a defensive specialist for.
I've been pretty loud about John Summerall and
let me see your toes.
Revitalizing Florida.
Yeah.
Every 2 weeks.
I'm going to put this up as a poll question.
This is what did she say? This is what he likes to do.
She basically, the question was basically like, tell us something about your coach that we that we don't know. And
my wife better be saying he's a psycho about being a better golfer.
His
being a
weakness
great
is that
father.
he works too hard.
Give me literally anything else.
I'm going to put this in on a poll question right now. Are you in or out?
What does he say to the
on your head coach getting a pedicure every 2 weeks?
What's he say to the salon artist that phone goes off in the middle of this? You're lucky this ain't my football team. I'll throw this thing at you right now. And finish those feet.
I mean, look, pedicures do feel delightful. I've
never had one.
You've never had a pedicure?
No.
You don't like people touching your feet?
Never had a pedicure.
My
I know you don't like people touching your feet.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a foot massage?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's the same thing, essentially. It sits in warm
but
water.
They
rub
of the
it with
full body
stones.
massage.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's the same. I mean, it's very similar.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm not anti.
That tensed me up.
A foot massage tensed you up?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Tensed you up?
I don't like people messing with my feet.
Don't touch your feet?
You also don't like to be tickled.
That's true, too.
You don't like people touching you in general, do you?
Where is it okay to touch you?
Oh, well, he's got a child, so we know one area. It's pretty obvious.
Go to break.
If you didn't like to be touched there, we'd have to have a deeper conversation.
We have like a yes or no chart for your shoulder, okay?
It's just green in the groin.
Is the elbow
Every other area is a red dot.
Can I rub your weenus? Is that allowable? Is that okay? No?
I'll tell you, every 2 weeks, a pedicure?
Every 2 weeks? That's a lot
Every
of pedicures.
2 weeks?
I put up, are you in or out on your head coach getting I wrote this incorrectly.
You gotta word it correctly because getting a pedicure is different.
Head football coach getting a pedicure every 2 weeks.
There you go.
Every 2 weeks.
There you go.
That is in there.
I still think he's going to be pretty good.
Coach
but
twice.
that's, yeah.
We're now out on John Summerall. We went from in on John Summerall last week to out on John Summerall this week.
Barbecuing, to golf,
Yeah.
camping,
He
hanging out with kids. I don't know.
Loves making a birdie on a par 5. That's what he's into.
My God.
That's my guy.
You ever get tap-in birds on a par 5? Not a better feeling in the world.
You know what he's got, though? Good cuticles.
Yeah,
Loaded final hour. Don't go anywhere. Dirt and Sprague, 105.1 FM The Fan.
Big hits, big bets, big plays.
Today I'm laying the big wood.
This is the Layin' Wood Report, brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 50 years.
Timbers crowd by the PK spot, now spread out. It's won by Pipe Mora! He's got a brace in his last game. He absolutely is having the time of his life.
There's Adam Sussman, Timbers Radio, 105.1. The Fan, Felipe Mora, game-winning goal versus Real Salt Lake. Felipe Mora ranks third in club history in goals scored with 48, tied for third in goal contributions with 68, ninth in assists, 10th in appearances. Of Mora's 48 MLS regular season goals, 11 have been game-winning and 9 have been game-tying. He is no longer going to be a Timber.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of sucks. That's sad. He's going home to play in Mexico, but still, like, you can't script this anyway. That's a Hollywood movie. Last game, crowd's ready to celebrate him, and you come out with that performance. It's a hell of a night and a nice big-time win for the Timbers this weekend.
Layin' Wood Report brought to you by Mr. Plywood, serving Portland for over 60 years. Delivery, custom cutting, and special orders. I'm picking up my timber today. Going to be starting that fence here really soon. Check them out at Southeast Stark Street or online, mrplywoodinc.com.
Now, from the George McCoy and Warren Allen Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on the Fan Sports Network, 105.1 FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, all 32 NFL training camps will be open by the end of the day. Now, the 49ers opened up earlier in the weekend, and there is concern about their head coach, Kyle Shanahan. It was revealed he suffered a concussion in a car accident last week, and he will be limited in his workload to start camp. Portland Timbers said a fond farewell to Felipe Mora, who gave them 2 more goals in his final appearance with the team Saturday night, and they needed them both. They beat Real Salt Lake 2-1. 21-year-old Jackson Koiven holding off a charge from Scotty Scheffler on Sunday at the 3M Open. He gets his first PGA Tour win in just his 13th start, and he set a tournament scoring record doing it 25 under par to win by 3 shots. I'm Jason Swigard from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
Hey, let's do this final hour. Dirt and Sprague here, Portland Sports Leader, 105.1 FM, The Fan, 1080 AM, the Odyssey app, live on YouTube. Good morning, everybody. Hope your weekends were great.
You can't stop it from coming.
We got a lot to get to in this hour of radio. Would you want to buy this if you had the money in order to do so? I got some replayable Big Ten games going on behind you on the old Big Ten Network. It's Big Ten Media Week, if you haven't heard yet. Got a sponsorship for that. We're going to hear from Dan Lanning to Wednesday.
Yeah.
Starts tomorrow. Dan Lanning on Wednesday.
We got guest stuff we're working on right now. One was going to join us today but can't. Probably tomorrow, but I got to wait before we say who that was.
Yes. Efforting to get some college football bros on this week to preview the Big Ten.
You know, I understand age is a part of this question that I asked, but somebody did ask me, what is the reason you think Phil Knight didn't dive in at the auction for the Blazers?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Because he put in the initial bid. They said no. Obviously, they had hurt feelings there. But once it goes in, they don't have control. It's the highest bid.
No, is that true? I thought they still had control over who they pick.
Am
I wrong on that?
That's
just whoever the highest bidder is?
Bidder.
Even if it's a questionable character, they look past certain things? They don't vet the people?
I know. Dundon in. I don't think Phil Knight's more questionable.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying from like a legal standpoint.
I was under the assumption, and maybe this is where I'm wrong, that whoever the highest bid is, that's who gets the team.
It's a great question, man. I wish we would have sold to him a couple of years ago, and both sides would have handled that a little bit better instead of coming out with hit pieces in each way.
Mm-hmm.
And none of this stuff would be happening right now. But Jody wanted to make another $2 billion for the trust. It's not her money, and she can't spend. Well, she probably can't spend some of it. And then had this entire ticking time bomb the entire time, and sold the arena to the city for $1, knowing that all of this is looming, and then put the team up for sale. And so it's a good reminder of a lot of this stuff is Tom Dundon's fault. You know what's not his fault? The timeline of the lease expiring and this having to be like the political framework that we're in right now is not the fault of the new owner. This was all set up with the old owner putting this timeline in place because they refuse to reach an agreement with the city long term and to pass funding and to get all that stuff done. And they did a bridge lease instead. And here we are. But yeah, certainly would be nice to have Phil Knight owning the team. Also, to a Beaver fan point earlier in the show, I mentioned Oregon in their gray uniforms, and we spare no expense, but sometimes we're gray in big games. As a Beaver fan saying they spare no expense, but somehow we still have a nutria. Fair point. Now, I don't know if that's a OSU thing. My money would be on that being an OSU thing, not wanting to change it at this point.
Yeah.
But they certainly did not do you any service.
They're just going to die with that logo, I think.
I think that's the world that you live in, unfortunately. I do have a lot of college football stuff in the Nuggies for the final hour of the show. And we got to pick our poison where we want to start with this. I'll start here. How big of a deal is this? Big deal? Little deal? No deal? Middle deal? What kind of deal do we make it? The Big Ten Media Days are about to begin tomorrow, and I saw this because one of the big storylines around Indiana last year was the average age of their roster.
25,
right? I mean, it was like older than the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah.
It was absolutely ridiculous. They had all these guys who had played 6-7 years. It was the COVID year, James Madison years, right? They were a very experienced and old college football roster. Now, there's not a huge gap here. There's just a couple of notable things that I do want to point out. Do you care to guess, by an average age, the youngest 4 rosters in the Big Ten? I mean, that's asking you an impossible task, but I will allow you, give you one guess from one of the teams in the bottom 4.
Youngest? Ohio State?
Team. Ohio State is the second youngest team in the conference. The average age, there are only 2 teams.
Isn't Oregon in this?
Oregon is right
They're right hovering, right?
So here's a tough part, too, because number one is Michigan State has the oldest roster in the Big Ten. It is 20.64 is the average age.
Fitzgerald looking to turn that around quick, huh?
Oregon's average age is 12th in the Big Ten. It's 20.18. So it's not like we're talking about a huge difference here. What is notable to me is the bottom 2, or really 3, if you want to go that far. Ohio State is 17th in the Big Ten. The average age of their roster is 1 of 2 below 20 years old. The other
is
2,
Michigan?
Michigan is right. They're right basically where Oregon is.
So they're not one of the 4.
They're not one of the 4.
Is it a notable playoff contending type team?
I would say the 3 others in the bottom 4 are all this. Yes.
USC.
USC is the youngest roster in the Big Ten at 19.87. Now, remember, they brought in like 40 kids in the recruiting class last year, so it's going to skew younger. But I thought that was an interesting note considering the pressure and the expectations going into year 5 that you have the youngest roster in the conference.
Is Penn State in this?
Penn State is not. They're in the top 5. He brought in a lot of guys who followed him from Iowa State.
I'm trying to think who I'm missing out that I haven't guessed yet that's in this conversation.
The other 2, and this is where I find it interesting because I think of the expectations or the thought about both of them this year. The youngest is USC, 19.87. Second youngest is Ohio State, 19.95. Third youngest team in the Big Ten is the Washington Huskies at just over 20 years old. And the fourth youngest team in the Big Ten this year, the Indiana Hoosiers. They go from the oldest to the fourth youngest. And so, again, it's not, I mean, you're talking Michigan State 20.64 to Indiana 20.11. It's not that big of a difference. It's just the point of they're in a much different spot from an age perspective. And then also you think about the year 3 expectations for Jed Fish at Washington and the year 5 expectations for Lincoln Riley. And they have the 16th and 18th youngest teams in the conference. And I don't know if that's a thing, if not a thing, but it's something that I found noteworthy at least to keep in mind as we follow the ensuing season.
Well, here's the thing about like being the youngest versus being the oldest. I mean, it's great to win the national championship and say, hey, your average age is 25. What was Indiana the year prior?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Right?
Probably
so like,
older,
were
but
they
not that
middle
old.
of the conference, middle bottom of the conference,
See if I
near
can
the
find
bottom.
that.
Like I, bringing in transfers who have experience on top of the guys you had returning, paired with the youngsters that were there. But they were still 10-2. Like they had a great year. It was their first year to make the playoffs. Signetti had said, "Google me, I win." He was right.
2024, the average age his first year there was somewhere in the 22.5 range.
Okay, so that's not young.
Not young.
You're still probably.
And last year it was upper, almost 24. Yeah, almost 24.
Okay, so.
And now you're down to 20.
But you're not going to be willing to bet against Ohio State.
No, you're not. And they're returning a quarterback. That's why it was unique. I was surprised to see Ohio State so far down there. I know they lost a ton of guys.
A lot of guys in that
defense.
draft.
I know, but it felt like they brought a lot of guys back offensively. I don't know enough about their offensive line to know
me,
that. But.
The youth hits at the other programs, those aren't programs that I look at and go, well.
Now, let me ask you this. Deal or no deal at Washington and USC? Because they're certainly not in the same class as Ohio State.
I think at...
Because I'm totally with you on Ohio
State. I
State.
think at Washington, a deal. I think at USC, no.
Interesting. Okay.
Because I trust Lincoln with the quarterback relationship he has with Mayava.
Mayava should be a stud this year.
And I do think their defense took positive roads once they made the coordinator change, but now they're doing another coordinator change this season.
Right.
So I'm going to just kind of lean on ignorance of not knowing the full depth chart of USC, but I'm going to say no for one and yes for the other.
Okay. I just thought, because I'm with you completely on Ohio
Mayava
State.
didn't dance around with leaving USC, go to another program, then come back because of legal threat.
No, he did not.
Washington that's their returning quarterback.
Yeah.
So you pair that with all of the inexperience that you have going on.
Right.
You just have to kind of naturally assume, no shade meant to throw, but the reality is in that sport, Ohio State replaces their stud wide receiver
with a stud
wide receiver. Their linebacker,
they're just younger.
Stud linebacker. Like
Right.
it's just going to replenish.
Right.
Washington's the type of school that like you lose that receiver, I don't know if the next one's ready to be that level.
Yeah.
If Chris Henry comes out and has a Malachi Tony-like season,
or why am I blanking out? Jeremiah Smith, who did it as a freshman, as a number one guy. He was a stud for them.
Nobody's going to bat an eye.
No.
We're going to go, it's Ohio State, right? They're wide receiver U. Washington, yeah, I think it's going to be a little more of a surprise if they get the production just naturally filled in with the talent that's coming in that's pretty inexperienced and or young.
On that note, we did have with the start of Big Ten Media Days, we have the official, the definitive, Cleveland.com preseason.
The Cleveland.com one is a good one because you actually are getting good feedback from the media members on that. That's not just Cleveland.com random writer.
No.
I'm giving you my power rankings.
Here's my columnist. Yeah, this isn't a dirty poll. No offense to the dirty poll. I love it, but this is a little more sourced than the dirty poll is. It's not one guy's thought.
What is our date for the release of the top 10 dirty poll?
That's a great question. Probably next week.
Okay, so before you're out.
Before I'm out.
Because you're out and then I'm out.
Yes.
And then we're here.
Then it's
football
go
season.
It's go time until the kid comes around. You know, that whole thing that's looming. Got one in the oven, baby. It's still cooking. Have you seen the Cleveland.com preseason Big Ten media poll?
I'm not.
Give me your guess top 4. Who do we go? Who do they got winning the conference?
Ohio State.
Yes, you are correct. Who's second?
Oregon.
You are correct. Who's third?
Indiana. USC.
Correct. Oh, look at you. You nailed it. That's your top 4. Would that be your top 4 as a voter?
Probably.
Yeah. I got no beef with that.
I mean, if you want to take Oregon over Ohio State on paper because of returning talent versus what we just mentioned, the young,
right?
You can do that. But again, as I said, the talent's just so damn deep and plenty at Ohio State. I'm not really as concerned about that. So, yeah, I'd probably go in that order.
Yeah, the Cleveland.com Big Ten Media Poll is officially out as the start of Big Ten Media Days. Ohio State did come in number 1, Oregon 2, Indiana 3, USC 4. Then it goes Michigan 5, Penn State 6.
Yeah, I'm going
to... Oh, can we call it a TO?
Well, I just
Need a
wonder,
20 here? Need a 20?
The 5 and the 6 are obvious. I feel like that's the universal 6. So, like, who's the team that's going to sneak up?
Washington 7. We just talked about them. Iowa 8. I feel like I feel like Iowa's always in the top 6 of the comp.
They're
every
always going to
year.
find
like,
a way in. Yeah.
They're going to beat somebody. They're going to pull off an upset.
Punts,
they're going to be
baby.
a meat grinder
Yes.
and not turn the ball. Like
you're gonna play them at the worst possible
mark
time.
my words. You want a hot take on July 27th?
I don't think it's gonna be a hot take if you tell me Iowa's better than where they're being picked.
They will finish in the top 6 of the conference.
That's not a hot take.
Okay. Iowa 8, Illinois 9.
Yeah, they're kind of flying under this year. They had
New
a
quarterback.
disappointing season last year, and
They did.
God, Indiana bludgeoned
I think
them.
everybody just kind of quit Illinois after that game. When you look like an FCS team again, it was similar to the
63 to
Oklahoma
7 or
State game,
something. I was
where you're like, you see
what?
Oklahoma State and it's 60, you're like, nope, I'm out. That's all I
Altmaier,
need.
no.
See you later.
Click. See ya, I'm out of that game. But, like, what is Michigan State? Because they got a coach that a lot of people believe in.
They're
And
the
you
oldest
mentioned-
roster in the Big Ten.
So
they are
that's-
picked 16th in the Big Ten.
That's disrespectful, is it not?
Is it? They're the only teams worse than them are Rutgers and Purdue. You had Minnesota 10, row the boat, Nebraska 11, Wisconsin 12, UCLA 13, Northwestern 14, Maryland 15, and then Michigan State, Rutgers, and Purdue. That is your preseason media poll.
Pat
according to
Fitzgerald was a
Cleveland.com.
very talked about great hire.
Controversially fired
State.
at Northwestern, and I believe in time
He was
proven
vindicated.
yes.
But they pivoted out of Jonathan. It was a terrible mix.
Yeah.
People called that from the start, and it aged that way. 110 and 101 over 17 seasons at Northwestern.
It's Northwestern, so you always it's a bit of the Matt Campbell thing of like, yeah, but how many wins? It's like, well, you're coaching at Iowa State.
He also chose to stay at Northwestern.
He did. I think he was an alum. Didn't he play at Northwestern? I
Okay,
thought that
but
was his alma mater.
It's fine, but you made the decision. You didn't give yourself say what you want about Mike Riley. Mike Riley even got to a point at OSU, and he loved OSU and still does. He lives there.
Yes.
He was like, I got to try something once. We always thought it was going to be USC. It was Nebraska.
Roll the dice on a big job, see how you do.
Yeah, so I don't fault guys for staying. I also look at guys and go, I don't know how to conclude how to feel about you truly because you chose to never leave here.
Right.
I'll give you the one take, and there's 2 coaches I'm in on. One gets his feet done every 2 weeks. And by the way, people chiming in, they're all in on it.
The poll question? Pro John Summerall?
All in on it.
Bi-weekly pedicure, as one listener said?
Oh, yeah. People are in.
Okay.
The other one I'll give you is I think UCLA is in the top 7 of the conference.
UCLA picked 13th in the Big Ten. You think they're in the top 7?
I'd taken them higher.
So you're a big Bob Chesney guy. You agree with Bill Plaschke down in L.A.?
Yeah, we
People
can get to
are
that
in on
at a
that?
different day. But yeah, I saw that article and I was like, yep. It's just so loud about how different it is with him already.
That's my only concern is it it's now to the point where I'm wondering, is it too loud? Is there too much attention?
Maybe,
you know?
but think about how truly awful a situation has to be for anybody to even hear anything about UCLA football, which tells me what I need to know about that dude.
The only thing that is notable that has happened at UCLA in recent years is Chip Kelly quitting to go be an offensive coordinator, them getting Nico Iamaleava in the transfer portal, and then the upset of Penn State last year was a pretty big shocker. That of the last 10 years of UCLA football notes, that's really the only thing that stands out to me.
Well, yeah.
Because Chip leaving to go be an OC was like, oh my God.
Nico's still there, right?
He is still there.
Which,
yes, he is.
If you're a Chesney and you're coming in looking to kind of change your fortune at a program that's just circling the drain.
Yes.
5-star dude who proved he could be a playoff-worthy quarterback for a team.
He had Tennessee in the playoff as a redshirt freshman.
And that Penn State game, I don't remember what his numbers exactly were, but he had a few throws in that game. You're like, okay, dude.
He had last year 13 touchdowns and 7 interceptions.
Yeah, not amazing.
Not great. The Penn State game, he had 2 tuds, no picks. Ran it. He had 128 rushing yards and 3 tuds in that game. He killed him with he had 500 yards on the ground. That's really good for a quarterback. The numbers weren't great for him. He had some clunker performances. Like Indiana, they just got smoked when they went on the road to Indiana. But in other games, he had solid performances. I'm with the UCLA buzz is certainly brewing going into Big Ten Media Day. It'll be something to keep an eye on as Chesney's availability comes up, because they are becoming a very trendy pick. The way they're recruiting, a lot of good positive PR for them in the last couple of weeks. So seems like things are heading in the right direction for them. Sticking in college football as I kind of empty out my weekend notebook from the college football world, I thought this one was interesting. We had a friend on the show on from the Next Round Live, and they put out some good graphics in terms of college football. It's a good follow on Twitter for that reason.
It's a good show. It's a fun show.
It's a good show. It's a fun show. He was awesome. I enjoy their content, and sometimes they give great talking points like this. Since the college football playoff era, so starting in 2014 to now, these are the teams with the most wins in that era without making a college football playoff appearance.
Okay.
And I'm wondering, of the top 5, 2 of them are unlikely, although they could get in as G6 teams. But of the other 3, who would we gamble on to make a playoff first? Might be an easy answer. Memphis is the leader in the clubhouse. They have 107 wins since the CFP era without a playoff appearance. And they might be at the G6 rep this year. Appalachian State, 105. Again, could be a G6 rep. We'll wait and see on that. Doubtful from their conference, but you never know. And then it goes Iowa 105, Utah 102, BYU 101. And those all seem like, I don't know about Iowa.
Don't you have to gamble BYU and Utah of the group?
Right? You would tend to think so.
Although, I can't pretend to know the conferences of the G6 like in and out. Memphis seems to be a team that flirts with this all the time.
They're in the mix every year.
They're in the mix.
Yeah, I think, isn't Appalachian State in the Sun Belt? I'd be shocked.
I watched App State last year. I'll give you a take. Oregon State's play calling blew at the goal line. I was so unimpressed with App State, and somehow they won the football game.
I think you're basically looking at the American Conference of the Pac-12 being the most likely rep for the G6 every year.
But because of Texas Tech, even though they have a stranglehold in talent from a depth standpoint, BYU's been good, dude.
They've been close to 10
Utah,
and 2.
Maybe Morgan Scalley's it. I don't know how confident. Maybe I go Memphis, BYU.
I think Utah was 10 and 2 last year too, were they not?
Yeah, Utah was 10 and 2. Their quarterback is coming back again, and so maybe it's going to be an easy turnover from Whittingham to Scalley, but I'm definitely going BYU, number 1 of all of those teams. They're close.
They're right there knocking on the door.
And if Bachmeier takes a positive step this year, which is still going to be odd if he's wearing number 47 again.
He's still wearing 47. He was at Big 12 Media Days.
If he has growth, maybe that's a team we should be giving more consideration to win the conference and not just assume it's going to be Texas Tech, who, by the way, is coming in with what? Quarterback questions.
Yes.
And they're loaded, but I don't know if Hammond's ready to lead the charge or what happens if he doesn't play well and they got to make a switch. It's a weird thing sitting there for Joey McGuire, and all the expectations are on them to win it. Even though I think the media poll picked BYU, realistically, I think that was a bit of a troll job of Texas Tech. Most people following college football think it's going to be Texas Tech.
Yes, they do. They did name Hammond their starting quarterback, but to your point, he's never been a full-time starter, so it's a little bit different. On the Iowa note, too, and this is tough for me to say because, God, are they boring to watch, but you kind of respect the brand after a while.
Yep.
If you look at them from last year, I obviously vividly remember the Oregon game because Oregon found a way to win that one at the last second. You think about their 4 losses. Iowa was 8-4 last year. You know what their losses were? At Iowa State, I think they hit a 50-yard field goal to win it, 16-13 final. They lost. Remember, they were the toughest against Indiana in the regular season. They damn near beat Indiana at home.
That was a dogfight.
20-15 final. Indiana needed a touchdown with like 3 minutes to go to take the lead and win 20-15.
Yep.
The Oregon game, you have the Dante Moore to Malik Benson throw with 20 seconds to go to put him in field goal range.
Automaticus.
One of the best throws of the year. Thank you to the Beaver kicker. And then remember, they went and played USC in the downpour, and they dominated the first half. And then USC and Mekhi Lemon made some big plays, and they lost 26-21. And so Iowa is a program that none of us
But the problem
respected
with
that level, but it's just funny to think back of like, dude, all 4 of their losses last year, they easily could have won all 4 of those games. And I know woulda, coulda, shoulda, ifs and buts, candy and I get it. It's just funny to think I wouldn't say Iowa has a shot, and they were a USC win away from having a legitimate conversation last year at the end of the year.
You're not wrong, but also I feel like we could point that out about Iowa
every year.
Every year, you could go and go. You see their 4 losses. Look how close this one, and that one is.
You're not wrong.
They just need to get back. I mean, They've made it, correct? Didn't they have the one year they made the 4 team?
Iowa is not, no.
What was the year that they had a really good season? It was like a 10-2 type year.
They've had a handful of those.
That was not that
I know
long
they have not
ago.
been, because they're in this stat. They have not been to the playoff.
But
Michigan State randomly was one of the one that made it and got killed.
I'm thinking
Alabama smoked them.
The Michigan State season, they played a tough one, but they almost always have that on their schedule.
They're in the mix, and they lose a couple of close
games. It's a 3 or 4 loss
games.
season, and you go, look how close that one is and that one. And that's the problem with depth. They don't have the talent depth-wise.
Right.
They should have finished Oregon.
They should. I mean,
they should have won that game. Oregon did not play particularly well. The weather was in their favor. They got the late score, and Dante, to his credit, put him in field goal position, and Automaticus was automatic. I just have a hard time ever seeing them be the 10-2, and I don't think an Iowa 9-3 is ever going to be in consideration.
Yeah, you would need the strength of schedule. To your point, 2021 was the last time they won 10 games. They did go 10-2 in the regular season, and they lost. That was when the Big Ten still had division, so they went to the Big Ten title game and lost.
Maybe that's the year.
And then they lost the Citrus Bowl to finish 10-4. But they were technically 10-2, and if they would have won the Big Ten title game, they would have been in the college football playoff. So Big Ten Media Days kick off officially tomorrow. One last note: Alabama in the SEC was picked to finish 6th. In their preseason media poll. That is the lowest that Alabama has been picked in a preseason media poll since 2008. Woo, buddy. Kalen DeBoer.
Boy, DeBoer is sitting on a real roller coaster ride this year.
You're going to get fired.
Let's get to one other note in the college football world, including do we think it can actually work this time? And then would you want to buy this? Because it's only going to cost you about $10 million. That's next. 105.1 FM The Fan.
FM and 1080 AM.
First on the Fan, congratulations to Tadej Pogačar of Slovenia, who joined the rarefied air of winning his 5th Tour de France, joining the likes of Jacques Anquetil, Eddie Merckx, Bernard Hinault, and Miguel Indurain.
Where's he at against Lance?
Lance doesn't exist in the record
Oh, it
book.
doesn't count? We scrubbed the account?
Yes.
Really? I didn't know that.
That's ridiculous.
How about this one from our great friends over at the Coast? Our friends at Pelican Brewing.
Yes.
For every pint sold of their Big Fish Sparkling Pacific Ale, $1 goes directly to supporting shark-saving research at the Big Fish Lab, available now at the Pelican Brewing locations. Can I add real quick?
I saw my Ducks were there at the Siletz Bay location. They
Oh,
did
were
their
they?
like beach camp thing with the
Beautiful
defensive linemen.
location, dude.
That was in the video. They all went over to Pelican.
When I was fishing for salmon, I couldn't see the salmon until we netted it most of the time. It's insane how dark the water is.
You ain't seen a shark coming up.
You ain't seeing anything, dude. It's over.
Dun.
You're also not swimming 500 yards out into the ocean.
I've had a lot of questionable, funny quotes in my life on the radio. I don't know if anything ever tops this. I am a believer in this player, and it's one of the reasons I wanted to repeat it. I saw that on his latest podcast, Bill Simmons was talking about Bulls rookie Caleb Wilson. You know what he said?
I do. I heard this.
Quote, if I was a Bulls fan, I would have no sperm left in my body, and I'd lose my mind.
Thanks, Bill.
Boy, that guy.
Really big on Caleb Wilson. Big
Balling
fan.
out.
Big fan on Caleb Wilson.
Balling out. Get it?
All righty. There's your
Get it, Swag?
update.
You get it?
Thanks.
I feel that about Tunge.
Tanjay.
Tanjay? Jake
Tanjay.
Tonjes?
You're
Did we
not
sign the
Tunge.
49ers tight end?
No.
Get it spelled differently.
Because he could be a power forward.
Okay.
The update is from the George McCoy at Warren Allen Sports Desk. Don't call your mom. Call George McCoy at warrenallen.com.
This is the
You ever loved an athlete enough to make you run out? None left? None left in your body? Andrew Jones and his 10 straight gold gloves didn't do it for young Sprague. He leading the league in homers.
50 dingers in 05.
Right? You're telling me that didn't do it for you back in the day? Doing the tomahawk chop in your bedroom?
Jerry Rice catching a ball in the middle in Dallas for a long touchdown against Deion Sanders.
Just saying. I'm just asking the question.
My nephew is a huge Shaden Sharp and Ja Morant fan.
Oh, he's psyched right now. He's out.
He's in his own
It's
world. And yesterday he was in the car because he's staying at my house. And I was like, dude, can you imagine when Ja throws a lob to Shaden? He goes, and I was like, yeah, you're going to be feeling weird, aren't you? And he's like, he just started laughing. He couldn't even
stop it from
respond.
coming.
He couldn't even give me anything. Started awkwardly laughing.
Way over! Oh, that's fantastic. Do we think this time it will work? What do we make of the latest attempt for college football players to unionize? Because it began today. Oh, God. Here we go again. We're not going to get the bill passed in D.C., it sounds like, although they're still debating it and changing some of the language. But their recess is coming up. The likelihood of it passing it seems very slim at this point. And we've all known in order to put the genie back in the bottle, you either need federal legislation or you need to collectively bargain. And Stanford football players have established the first chapter of the College Football Players Association in a move intended to create the foundation for unionization and collective bargaining. It was Northwestern, right, that did this last time a couple of years ago? Now, that was before the whole everything got super out of control in terms of spending an NIL, if I remember correctly. That seems like it was about a decade ago. But I remember that effort falling flat. Prototypical, the smarty poos at Stanford to try and do this. Did we make anything of it, or is this much ado about nothing as usual with unionization?
So two things. One, I am super stoked for the Reagan documentary on Netflix. I really want to know the backstory of that breakdancer.
Is she in it? She's got to be in it,
They're doing
right?
an entire one on her.
I know, but is she like, she has to appear in it, right? Because we had a Jailblazer doc and there was nobody in the damn thing.
I hope she is.
Okay.
Two, Cal Raleigh produced the 10th season of at least 60 homers last year with a 948 OPS. He has 10 homers and a 569 OPS. The fewest homers immediately following a 60-homer season
is he going to set the record?
Is Mark McGwire's 32 in 2000. The lowest OPS following a 60-homer season is 840 by Maris in 62.
Big fall off.
I mean, it's a canyon of a fall off.
So that's your take on Stanford
means
unionization?
he's due in August, right?
Dude, come on, there's no take. I mean, this is not going to happen.
Not going to happen?
Did you see there's a 30 for 30 on Shohei's Interpreter about
I just listened to a clip on Instagram about the Bank of America record
Dude, he's
transactions.
definitely guilty, by the way. Shohei.
Yeah, he's in prison.
No, Shohei.
No, he's innocent. Innocent until proven guilty in the court of law, Andrew.
Did you listen to the audio?
I'll watch the 30.
He didn't know. How would he know? It was only his money.
It's just signing off on wire
with
transfers.
his closest
$500,000 leaving your bank account multiple times. You're paying him off.
Lost in translation.
Yeah, okay.
Let me ask you: if you were worth $500
They
million,
both speak Japanese.
well, he was translating.
He was translating to the American media.
Yeah, he wasn't going yen.
Although he might have been translating to the bookies as well. You never know.
If you were worth $500 million, maybe more, but you're overall worth $500 million, what's the amount of money I call you to borrow, assuming you am in such good faith that you help fund my life, that you go, what? What are you doing that? Like, what's the amount?
If you asked for $500,000, that would absolutely be the amount. That's a lot of money.
Sprague, what's going on?
What do you need $500,000 for?
Everything okay?
How many times have you asked for it, too?
In my backyard.
I mean, if it's a one-time thing, and that's the only time you've ever done it, maybe. But if you do it multiple times, by the second time in a short amount of time, yeah, there's eyebrows up immediately.
It's an obvious, underrated all-time story that didn't end the way we thought it would.
No, but it also is a very obvious, it behooves the powers that be to have that story turn out the way that it did. But didn't they
actually, I mean, I feel like when it was going on, they went through the records and could not prove in any way.
What did Chris Carter tell us years ago?
I always have a fall guy. He told the rookies that, actually.
Who spent months in prison for Barry Bonds?
Greg Anderson?
His trainer, who shot him up with steroids.
Yeah, I think
never
he's
spoke.
RIP, by the way.
Did he die?
I don't know. I feel like I saw a thing about he died.
A barbed wire tattoo that he had. Like, you got to have a fall guy. They know what they're doing.
Who's
here.
Cal Raleigh's fall guy here? The World Baseball Classic? How do you explain the all-time? This is the all-time drop. What you are witnessing right now is literally the all-time drop of an all-time great season by a player.
Absolutely crazy. Never in a million. I would have been willing to bet my life savings that there would have been a fall off.
Not
to this
level.
Maybe 35 home runs.
We joked about it before the year. Like, what do they do if he only has 35 homers?
Right.
And it's like, is he going to get 20?
He might not.
I'm trying to see this. So when he had the grand salami, okay, where was it? Okay, he had a grand salami on 720. Okay, that was his 10th home run. Since then, he has had 4 hits in 6 games. He's batting a $165.
$165.
How long was
he has 1 ribby.
How long was he on the injured list for?
Yeah, he
when
missed
he went
some
out
time.
with the oblique.
Yeah, the oblique injury. He missed some time in the middle of the year.
So this says he played.
If you look at the game log, you'll see like a gap from game to game when he was. So he played
April
in March
to May, and then May to June. I'm not finding it. I mean, I know he had the gap. I know, but I'm not seeing the dates. That's like
how many games has he played on this season? Because we can play that fun game too. What's the games he's appeared in? Because the Mariners have played just about 100 games, right? What are we at? 106?
Just over, like 105 or something?
Yeah, they're 52 and 54, so we're at 106 on the season for the Mariners.
He has played in 74.
Okay, so he missed about 30 games on the year.
Yeah.
And that's a big chunk to miss, but it still does not excuse how bad. Like,
what was his ribby total last year with the 60 dingers?
Oh God, 100. What did he have last season? He had 125.
Dude, he's sitting at 10 homers and 35 RBIs.
In 74 games, he has 17 extra base hits. He has 10 home runs and 7 doubles, 0 triples. He has 17 extra base hits.
How do you square
in
this?
74 games. It's insane.
I mean, we noted last year how kind of insane it all was.
I mean, he was good for the 2 years before that.
He went 27,
60.
30, 34, 60
to 10.
In any other era, that is...
Dude, if he does this in 2003,
Smelling
we
weird.
are all accusing him of the same thing. It's a different era of baseball.
I had a catcher on my all-time favorite baseball team who basically had a 27, a 30, a 28 And then randomly one year,
led the bigs.
Javi Lopez in the 50 homer category. I was like, what? Javi Lopez?
The hell did that come from?
I don't know what you do
It's
here
wild,
if you're a
dude.
Mariner fan. Your
wild.
team is still going to potentially win the division because it's so damn bad. But,
Yeah.
dude, I think outside of producing in the playoffs, this is going to be one of the biggest, craziest seasons as a Mariner observing another player playing.
If this continues and you miss the playoffs, it's brutal because he was supposed to be from last year. I mean, he's an legitimate bona fide MVP candidate.
You
And
ditched
some would argue
Julio
he should
because
have
of his
won.
slow starts for this guy.
Yeah, I
Not
mean-
ditched, but like you were like, he's actually the face
He
now.
became the face of the franchise, and that's if you miss the playoffs, you finish below 500, and he hits a $170 on the year. I
Mm-hmm.
don't. That's you're all of a sudden in a really weird spot about where his career goes from here, and maybe it's the oblique injury, maybe it was the World Baseball Classic, and we need to be like I don't know what it was and how he got here,
Mm-hmm.
because it's one thing to go back to what you were 3 years ago or 2 years ago, hitting 30 home runs, 232. Like okay, like that wouldn't surprise me in the least. That's kind of what I would have predicted for the year, and maybe he ends up there at the end of the season. But if it continues at this pace, you hit below 200, dude. Like I don't want you in the big leagues anymore. If you're hitting below 200 in order to stay in the lineup every day, you better hit 50
What's
home
he
runs.
batting right now? What did they put
buck
him?
65.
No.
Oh, in the lineup?
In the lineup. Is he like seventh?
It's a gaping hole wherever you put him because he ain't getting hits.
Because with that power, you don't want to overlook the idea of turning it around.
Right.
But like,
right.
A
It's
buck
insane.
65 is. I mean, my guy Austin Riley was going through this a long time, and he's had a couple good games here lately. But like, he's a $200 million player that just after he signed that deal has not been remotely the same. And maybe there's still hope for him, but
Maybe
like
it's the contract. Yeah, I don't know. It changes your mental approach.
He batted sixth yesterday.
Sixth in the lineup. Yeah. Hitting a buck 60
for your MVP, he's batting sixth. Is that like a new analytic that tells me that's
That's the new stat. If you're hitting six as a former MVP, that tells you you're heading in the wrong direction. If I gave you $10 million, would you want to buy this?
I know a lot of become owners of this NBA team coming in 2029. I have told people, why? Buy the college basketball team. It's legal now. You can be the UNLV Running Rebels men's basketball team, and it's a lot less expensive. You don't have to spend over $1 billion to own our team. I'm asking for 10 to 12 million to own our team, and you still get a great tax write-off, and you can be as involved, and you can tell everyone you're the owner of the team.
That is Josh Pastor. He's the head coach at UNLV saying, you want to buy it? You want to be the owner of the team? You be the owner of the team. The team took this another step further. Their Running Rebels account sent out a graphic that said things you can buy for $10 million, a Bugatti Chrome profile car, some sort of Phenom, it looks like private jet. There's a picture of this house in Vegas, and it's a massive house for $10 million.
well, now you're talking.
4 Richard Millie Nadals. That's a watch, I guess. Stay at the Mission Room at the Biblos for a year. Jane Birkin's Birkin bag.
At the Biblos?
I don't know what the hell that is. It must be a Vegas thing. Or the UNLV basketball team. $10 million. Do we like the effort to try and sell his own team?
I mean, he's not wrong to point out, like, if you're a super rich guy that wants some notoriety, buy a basketball team. If it's nothing to you, I'd rather have a mansion.
Yeah, probably right. Yeah, depends on the team I'm buying. If I could buy a bigger program, not that UNLV, historically speaking, certainly good. But
What would you get out of it?
you own the team?
Are you on national television? Are you talked about?
Right. What are the
Are they
perks
going
that
to
come
be
with it?
good?
What
Talk
perks?
about a fall. Josh Pastner.
Well,
is
if I
like,
buy $10 million buying the team, I would hope you'd be good. What would the perks that I could throw in that would make you want to think about it if you had the money?
The perks?
Yeah. Is there anything? Because if you have money like that, you already have perks in life.
I'm
like,
in on the meetings.
Things are good.
I'm
You want
not
to be
commenting.
team meetings?
I'm
You wanna sit
not
in the room?
commenting. I'm
Yeah.
not saying you're wrong.
You want the Phil Knight headset in the press box?
Yeah.
You're going to run the ball. Don't run the ball right now. Throw the ball. Throw the ball. That's not an onside kick, Oklahoma.
Get Yak back in there right now.
How much would it cost to buy the Pilots basketball team?
Quarter of that.
Quarter?
Tenth of that.
Quarter of
Would
that.
it cost $2 million? If I had $2 million, could I buy the Portland basketball program?
Absolutely.
$2 million would
What's
do it.
the lowest
I'm
amount
Mr.
here?
Pilot.
Stop.
Yo, yeah.
I'm
Mr.
I dye
Pilot.
my hair purple. I'm Mr. Pilot now.
I'll set up the meeting.
I'll give you a hot take. $380,000. You're Mr.
That's
Pilot.
it? 380K is all it takes? Okay.
Come on.
Come on.
All right, what are we doing here? Why are we pretending it's $2 million? It's $3 million.
It's an NIL budget over there.
What
on
they
the
finished in the WCC
what's
last
that
year?
budget over there?
What was their finish?
We finished 8th, 7th or 8th.
Eighth?
Okay. That's a deep conference, though.
7 digits. You ain't getting it. No, buddy. We're doing the sixes.
I don't know if anybody's going to do it, but I appreciate the effort. He's like, why spend $7 billion on an NBA team when you can only spend $10 million on a college basketball program? Not a bad pitch. Will anybody do it? I don't know. Let's wrap it up on a Monday next 105.1 FM The Fan. A fun little note, walking around in the last commercial break, Saw Luke Anderson out there of the happy hour. I asked him, hey, Luke, what color's my shirt? Gray. Okay.
Last commercial break?
Not this break, the break before.
Okay.
Luke said gray.
Yeah.
Lean over to Patrick Harris. Hey, Patrick Harris, P. Harris, the homie.
Mm-hmm.
What color's the shirt? It's got a little bit of green in it. Thank you. Asked lowercase. You know what he threw at me?
I'm high as hell.
Blue. He threw blue at me.
Look, we can
and
disagree,
but
we...
What? Okay, that was not on the bingo. The questions were gray or green.
Swag is wearing blue.
No, yes, I'm wearing navy blue.
That's blue?
Yeah.
Okay.
What color am I wearing?
You're white.
Blue? What drugs is lowercase on?
You're wearing the color of the conqueror. That's what colors you're wearing.
Oh, that's neither here nor there.
The
Look,
color of my shirt coverage on the fan is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that.
I think Patrick is biased, by the way.
You think he's biased?
Yeah.
I would also like to point out...
You're the closest one to his height.
Oh, is this a short king thing?
I think you're the most receptive one at
my
the
argument.
fan.
Yeah. Okay. He did tell me, and yes, I saw the text, so I'm aware of this. I did not realize that Mora is not Mexican. He's Chilean. He's just going back to play professionally in Mexico. I said going home because the news piece I saw this weekend on him said that he's going back to play in Mexico, and I don't know why I threw home in there. He is Chilean. I'm aware. I apologize to the Chileans in the audience. He's going back to play in Mexico.
There you go.
Point of correction.
Felipe.
Do you know Binary Brewing and the Fan have teamed up for the Only Fan IPA available for a limited time? Taste the Fan with Binary Brewing's signature West Coast IPA. You go to Binary Brewing's Beaverton location and ask them about their Only Fan. So good that only the fan in Binary Brewing can pull it off. Boom goes the dynamite. Let's see here, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, people were chiming in on Cal Raleigh saying, yes, usually between 4 and 6 is where he's
that's where he's been
rotating in the lineup.
Mariner games, so.
Another one. The hard part about saying it was steroids last year is you can't even make contact this year. I don't know if juice that helps hand-eye coordination.
No, I'm not even going there.
I'm not either.
I think it's a weird... In any other era, I think my point was, in any other era, the steroid thing would be the conversation.
It'd be hanging over his head like a dead weight right now.
100%. I'm merely just asking. It's not just a fall off from 60.
It's shocking.
It's a 17 drop from like 2 years ago. Right. It's a 24 drop from 2 years ago.
Hitting below 170, 70 games into the year is inexcusable for a big league player.
Yeah.
Like, that's just not... There's guys who are going to be better average guys. There's guys who are going to be better power hitters. Like, that's fine. There's trade-offs here or there. Hitting below 170 is like, your luck... If your name wasn't Cal Raleigh, there is not a world that exists in which you would still be on the Major League roster. If you did not do what you did last season, and I get that's a part of his career, I understand that. Mm-hmm. You put any other player with that stat line next to him, you're in AAA right now, man. You're getting sent down. You don't survive in the big leagues at length hitting below $180. That just doesn't happen.
He is projected, and this is just projections. We don't know if he'll get injured or whatever.
Right.
He's projected to play 113 games based on his current trajectory. He is projected right now to have 154 strikeouts. And have 58 walks.
That's pretty bad, Bob.
With 15 home runs and 53 RBIs.
That is pretty bad. But at least if you're a Mariner fan, you're in the AOS, so your season is still alive. If you put a team with a pulse in that division and you're below 500 and he's having that year,
I mean, it's got roundabout way.
Like,
they're very lucky that division is as bad as it is.
Yes, they are, Bob.
Otherwise, I think it'd be an even bigger story. But people have noted it around baseball. Obviously, in Seattle, they felt it a lot, and. I thought there'd be some fall off because like how do you follow up a 60 homer season as a catcher? But
it's hard to do.
10 is nuts by the end of July.
Yep. Couple of final notes here as before I get to the poll question responses. Did you see Jim, our guy Tony Romo getting a OWI?
Operating a vehicle while under the influence.
I learned over the weekend after seeing that report.
I think it's an
ooey. Technically an ooey,
yeah.
Thank you. I did see over the weekend one of the takeaways from that is people realizing how drunk the state of Wisconsin is because of the different classifications that they have for drinking and driving.
Yeah.
There's so many alcoholics in that state that they have to have different classifications. He was also playing in a golf tournament there. That's why he was there. Mm-hmm. And he, I believe, finished the tournament 35 over par, which for him, Not very good. I think it was an amateur tournament. I can't remember what the stakes were for winning it in that. Some amateur tournament, and I guess the weather was terrible. It was blowing wind. And the winner was like 11 over par. He shot 35 over par and then got hit with an ooey on his way to the airport, I'm assuming.
Call an Uber.
Look, you can make mistakes. I'm just curious, like how CBS, do they do anything
Will
about
there be
this?
anything here? Yeah.
You know, people are making the Romo jokes of like Jim, and there's a picture of him and Tony. And said,
well, he's not the
Tony,
first announcer to have a Dewey.
No, I
so
know.
I don't know what the precedent
jokes are flying.
is there,
Tony, give me your keys to the game. Jim, I legally can't give you the keys right now.
I got to blow into a breathalyzer before I give you those keys to the game.
The jokes are popping off, but like that's not a good look. That's the number one for CBS, right?
Yeah,
like
never
they
want
signed
your
him to
guy
a
to
monster deal.
Yeah.
The narrative about him has shifted. Like people, he's very polarizing and mostly not very well loved. So not great. I also, if I shot an 86...
Would you be doing happy drinks or sad drinks? You'd be doing happy drinks.
Happy.
You'd have to.
An 86?
You'd have to.
That's a great day.
That's a big time. That's a big time round for you right there.
Now for you
86,
might be
I'm fine. I'm fine with 86.
You're fine with 86?
At this point in my golf game, shooting an 86 is, I'll take it. Right down the middle, baby. It could get worse than that. It certainly could get better.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to bitch and moan on my way at the golf course. If I go 42, 44, that's cool with me.
Yeah, you probably have shots you think about in your
could have easily been an 81.
Exactly.
Also could have easily been a 92. Could go either way that way. We only like to go one way. You got to go both ways.
Yeah.
So that was in the news over the weekend, Tony Romo. There's also a video that went viral of him where he's at the tournament. I don't know if this was afterwards, but some kid was there asking him questions, and he's like doing like mock dropbacks with his golf shoes on and his golf clothes, and he looks like he's stumbling a little bit when he's doing that, and everybody's like, "Oh yeah, I should have seen red flag right there."
It's a pro-am like where you can drink while you play?
I guess so. I didn't really understand the full gist of it, but it was like, what a cool moment that he's taking time for this kid, and then because somebody posted that on social media, and then you realize, like 3 hours later, that's not good.